morning. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Staff present today is Trey Qualls, Rebecca Reyes, Cynthia Maribel Pena, Stacy Jones, and Emily Garcia, along with Denisha London. Chair, will you please call this meeting to order?
Yes, thank you. This is James Hook, and this is the meeting of the Board of Adjustment, and the meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. It is the 20th day of May, 2025, and I welcome everyone to the Board of Adjustment. Huh? I'm sorry, it's 26th of May. It says 25th on there. 25. I'm sorry. Today is the 20th day of May, 2026. I've got an old form here and I didn't recognize that. And I welcome everyone to the Board of Adjustment. This board is a citizen board appointed by the City Council. By state law, a minimum of 9 members or alternative members must be present to provide a quorum in order to conduct business. Today we have a quorum with 10 members present. Today's meeting agenda can be found online at fortworthtexas.gov. Speaker registration forms for cases on today's agenda should have been turned in prior to the start of this session. Today's public hearing is being documented by cable television and video conference recording, which will be available on the city's website. To facilitate an orderly meeting, I'm asking everyone in the council chamber to turn off the audible alarms on your electronic devices at this time, so we will not be distracted during our meeting. Each case will be called in the sequence listed on the agenda unless otherwise directed by me, the chair. The Board of Adjustment requests that the following rules of procedures be respected. Each case will be introduced by the City of Fort Worth Development Services Department. After presenting the facts of the case, the Board of Adjustment members will have the opportunity to question city staff about the case and any applicable laws or regulations that may apply. This portion of the discussion is exclusively between city staff and the board members. As your case is being called, we ask that you move to the front row of the chamber, and you will have 7 minutes to present the facts of your case and why you believe your application meets the criteria for approval. If more than one person is presenting the case, it is necessary to divide the total 7 minutes among all parties so that you do not exceed the allotted time. After the applicant has presented their case, I will call for any opposition to come forward. This is their opportunity to express why they believe the variance or special exception should not be approved. The opposition is also allotted a total of 7 minutes of time to be shared among all speakers. If opposition is presented to the variance or special exception, the applicant will have an additional 3 minutes of rebuttal time. The chair may allow a few more seconds in each presentation to ensure a speaker's final point can be made. And we do not have any translation cases, so I'll skip this section. After the parties have presented their positions, the board members will then have the opportunity to speak or to ask questions of the applicant and any opposition. During this time, all speakers must remember that all dialogue be directed to the Board of Adjustment only. There's no time limit during this period. After the board members have received answers to their questions, I will close the public portion of the hearing. Board members can discuss the case among themselves and city staff to determine whether or not an application meets or does not meet criteria for approval. After this discussion, I will ask for a motion to approve, deny, or continue the case. City staff will call for a voice vote from each member. If an application is denied, an applicant will have 10 days in which to appeal to the court of appropriate jurisdiction. For more information on this and additional information on any case on today's agenda, you may contact the Board of Adjustment at 817-392-8026 after this meeting. If necessary, a closed executive session may be held with respect to the posted agenda items to enable the Board of Adjustment to receive advice from legal staff. And the first order of business is to approve the minutes from previous month's meeting. We are now open for a motion to approve or deny.
Mr. Hook, we'll go into the work session first.
Okay, sounds good. We'll hear from city staff.
Good morning. Denisha London, Planning Manager. I will be giving the presentation on the zoning ordinance text amendments. Originally, the zoning land use planning manager was scheduled to be here, but this morning he got called into an important meeting, so he wasn't able to be here. So please bear with me. This is my first time seeing the presentation along with you all. Okay, so zoning law changes from the 89th Texas legislative session. So the presentation topics today are related to SB 840 and SB 2477, along with SB 15. SB 840 and 2477 is related to multifamily mixed-use residential building conversions. SB 15 related to small lot housing. Purpose statement. The City of Fort Worth and Development Services Department will facilitate full compliance with SB 840, SB 2477, and SB 15 while maintaining adequate protection for existing neighborhoods and businesses and business communities. Our commitment to bringing best-in-class development to Fort Worth remains unchanged. We'll start off with SB 840 and 2477, multifamily, mixed-use residential, and building conversions. So these new Texas legislative bills were effective September 1st, 2025. It applies to cities with populations greater than 150,000 and in counties with populations greater than 300,000. It allows new multifamily and mixed-use residential in a zoning district where office is a permitted use by right. These are things that cannot be within the area, so 840 would not apply to if a zoning district that allows heavy industrial uses, 1,000 feet of an existing heavy industrial use or development site, 3,000 feet of an airport or military base, an area designated as a clear zone or accidental protection zone, potential zone, I'm sorry. So parking requirements, SB 840 and 2477 limits parking to one space per dwelling unit. Density units per acre is unlimited based on H district. Bill requires minimum 36 units per acre or highest allowed in the city. And the H district will be the highest that is allowed in the city. Height, 45 feet are the height that would apply to an office, commercial, retail, or warehouse development constructed on the site, whichever is greater. Setbacks are buffer requirements. A setback or buffer requirement that would apply to an office, commercial, retail, or warehouse development constructed on the site or 25 feet, whichever is lesser. Proposed development standards correlates to the size of the property and/or the intensity of the commercial district, multifamily development permit requirements, land survey required to show compliance with the location proximity restrictions, generally follow MU1, MU2, UR design standards, but will not require pedestrian scale lighting. Street trees are still required. Project site size and zoning designation, applicable district regulations. Sites less than 1 acre zoned E, neighborhood commercial, or ER, neighborhood commercial restricted, will follow the zoning development standards of R2, townhouse cluster. Sites 1 acre or larger zoned ER or zone E or ER will follow the development standards of UR, urban residential. Sites of any size zoned F, general commercial, or FR, general commercial restricted, will follow the zoning regulations for MU1, low intensity mixed use. Sites of any size zone G, intensive commercial, will follow the development standards of MU2, high intensity mixed use. Here are the proposed development standards. Mixed-use residential and multifamily district development standards on sites less than 1 acre zoned E. Neighborhood commercial or ER, neighborhood commercial restricted, will have open space minimum of 15%. Units per acre is unlimited. front yard, none required. Side yard, interior lots, 5 feet minimum adjacent to street. Corner lot, 10 feet minimum adjacent to both streets. Height, 45 feet maximum. Density, unlimited. Parking, 1 space per dwelling unit. Non-residential uses shall provide off-street parking in accordance with section 6.201 off-street parking requirements. Notes, may be subject to projected front yard up to a maximum of 25 feet, may be subject to other front, side, and rear yard setbacks requirements up to a maximum of 25 feet. Non-residential development adjacent to one or two family districts are subject to buffer yard and supplemental building setback requirements. However, they may not exceed 25 feet. All other development standards and regulations within the section 4.709 R2 Townhouse Cluster applies. Here are the proposed development standards for mixed-use residential and multifamily developments on sites 1 acre or larger, zoned E or ER. So the maximum front yard setback that applies will be 20 feet. Rear yard primary structure, minimum 5 feet. When adjacent to one or two family districts with an existing one or two family structure, the minimum would be 20 feet. Rear yard accessory structures, minimum of 5 feet. Side yard, maximum 20 feet, minimum 0. Side yard common lot line, 0 feet, subject to building code spacing requirements. Height, 45 feet maximum. Density, unlimited. Parking, 1 space per dwelling unit. Note, non-residential developments adjacent to one or two family districts are subject to buffer yard and supplemental building setback requirements, however, may not exceed 25 feet. All other development standards and regulations in section 4.713 urban residential applies except the pedestrian scale lighting requirement. Proposed development standards for mixed-use residential multifamily developments on sites of any size, zone F, general commercial, or FR. Primary street, the minimum setback is 0, the maximum is 20. Side yard, same, minimum 0, side 20. Rear yard, 5 feet. Side yard with common lot line, 0, subject to building code spacing requirements. Height, 3 stories or 45 feet maximum. Density, unlimited. Parking, 1 space per dwelling unit. Notes, non-residential development adjacent to one or two family districts are subject to buffer yard and supplemental building setback requirements, however, may not exceed 25 feet. All other development standards and regulations in section 4.1300 MU1, low-intensity mixed use, applies except pedestrian scale lighting and proximity tests. Here's the proposed standards for G, intensive commercial district. Primary street, 0, maximum 20. Side street, 0, maximum 20. Rear yard, minimum 5 feet. Side yard common lot, minimum of 0. Height, 12 stories or 120 feet high maximum. Density, unlimited. Parking, 1 space per dwelling unit. And the same notes apply. SB 2477 overview, effective also September 1st, 2025, applies to cities with populations that are greater than 150,000 in a county with population greater than 300,000. Allows multifamily and mixed-use residential conversions of existing commercial buildings. Cannot be within a zoning district that allows heavy industrial use, 1,000 feet of an existing heavy industrial use or development site, 3,000 feet of an airport or military base, 15,000 feet of the boundary of a military base if the area is designated by a municipality or joint airport zoning board as a clear zone or accidental potential zone supporting military aviation operations. The proposed development standards, building conversions, mixed use, residential and multifamily, residential, front yard, rear and side yard setbacks, limited to existing setbacks of the proposed converted building, height, limited to the height of the proposed converted building, parking, limited to existing parking, units per acre, unlimited. SB 15, small lot housing. Zoning, one space, the parking requires one space per dwelling unit. Density, unlimited based on age district. Bill requires minimum 36 units per acre or highest allowed in the city. Height, 45 feet or the height that would apply to office, commercial, retail, or warehouse developments constructed on the site, whichever is greater. Setbacks and buffer yard requirements. A setback or buffer requirement that would apply to office, commercial, retail, or warehouse development constructed on the site, or 25 feet, whichever is lesser. What is small lot housing? Single-family residential lots between 3,000 and 4,000 square feet must be in an area zoned for single-family residential, be a tract or tracts of land 5 acres or more in size, and does not have a recorded plat. Small lot housing cannot be within 3,000 feet of an airport or military base, 15,000 feet of the boundary of a military base if the area is designated by the city or joint airport zoning board as a military airport overlay zone with a clear zone or accident potential zone designated or described by the military bases air installation compatible uses zone report. Not within an area subject to an agreement with the city that prohibits small lot housing. Here are the development standards. Lot width 30 feet minimum at building line. Lot length 75 feet minimum. Lot area 3,000 square feet minimum, 4,000 square feet maximum. Lot coverage 70%. Front yard 15 feet minimum. Side yard, 5 feet minimum, fire and building code applies. Rear yard, 10 feet minimum. Height, 3 stories, maximum not exceeding 10 feet in height measured from the interior floor to ceiling. No front yard entry driveways or parking. Current regulations for lots less than 50 feet wide applies. The development standards in section 6.101 yards do not apply. Do you have any questions? Board Member Freed?
Could you flip back just like the last couple of screens there? So, yeah. Be a tract, so to become zoned, first of all, what is the zoning called? Do we have a zoning?
So a residential zoning district,
So it'd be,
A5,
It would-
one family. If it's a tract of land that has never been platted, 5 acres or more can be platted into lots that meet the standards of what was presented.
so how is it different than A5?
So this one is different than A5 because A5 requires a minimum of 5,000 square feet in area and a minimum of 50 feet wide. And these lots can be 30 feet wide
Right.
and up to 4,000 square feet.
Okay, so what, between 4,000 and 5,000, are we A5?
It's
If the lot is over 4,000 square feet,
But under 5.
but under 5, what is it?
so if the lot is already platted and it already has zoning, it follows the same zoning requirements. So if it's a lot that is 5,000 square feet, A5 standards still apply.
Okay, so this is really not going to be infill. Is that correct?
So this can be, if there is an infill tract of land that is 5 acres minimum that has never been platted, this can be
Do we have those in the city boundaries?
We do have some. There was a map created to show sparses of land throughout the city that have not been platted that this would apply to, but we don't have it here on the presentation.
Okay. All right. And can you go to the next couple of screens? Just, okay, so here's where the differences are. But again, you cannot, it must be within a minimum of a 5-acre area that is platted specifically for this use.
Yes, so a 5-acre tract or more that has never been platted can observe the regulations of SB 15. If it's a 5-acre tract of land that has been platted before, they won't be able to observe the regulations of SB 15. They'll have to meet the standards of the.
Seems like it needs a new
Ordinance.
zoning designation, a new district designation.
That's what I was asking, what it would be if it's not A5, it's something else, so A3, I don't know. We don't
So,
have, we don't have a name for it yet?
Right now, the city has not committed to creating a new zoning district for these lots. It's just that whenever one comes in, we know that we apply these standards.
And we're required to by state law?
We're required to by state law to follow these specific standards.
And does that apply to everything from like A10 all the way up to A43? Or just the,
Just the 3,000.
Any zoning district, any property within a single-family residential zoning district.
So would it be possible for us to get that map that was created? That
Sure.
shows us where those are?
Yeah, I'll track down the map and we'll
Great.
provide it to you guys. We'll also send these slides to you in an email.
what about agriculture, ag land? Is that talked about?
So ag land, if it doesn't apply.
It just seems like this doesn't have a special zoning classification.
It does not.
And 15 years from now, we have somebody here with a, how many parking spaces do you have case? How do we designate that it came in under this special platting feature?
So if it's platted from September 1st, 2025 until, we'll be able to know that these SBA 15 districts apply. So if it is a tract of land that meets these requirements in the future, it won't come to Board of Adjustments as long as they're able to follow these standards. If they want to propose a lot that's less than 30 feet wide, it's not able to follow the SB 15 standards, they'll have to come to the Board of Adjustments for lot width variance.
I have another question. So if a developer comes forward and there's like 4.75 acres, and I know this is a what if, but does that come to Board of Adjustments or is it just denied?
So if it's less than 5 acres, it doesn't apply to SB 15. They'll have to plat to the standards of the zoning district that they're in. And if they're
Okay.
not able to meet those standards, then they will come to the Board of Adjustments.
Thank you.
So they might come for a variance on plat size.
Yes, so the same standard variances you see now for lot width and area.
I've got a couple questions. So will this eliminate and this is kind of getting into the weeds. I know in some of the commercial districts, you're allowed
Can you speak into the microphone? I'm sorry.
you're allowed one residential unit in a commercial district as long as it's part of a business. So will that requirement go away?
I am not aware of that.
Like
Where
many
again?
warehouses, those kinds of things.
A warehouse, commercial district allowing single-family residential?
Do you
You're
mean a
allowed one-
security residence?
I'm sorry?
Do you mean a security residence?
That's what most people call it.
So yes, this overrides, this new House bill would override that and would automatically allow single-family residential by right in those commercial districts.
So that would probably be eliminated from that district, or as a description.
I mean, no, because it would still be an option available for somebody who has let's say a G or a K, and they still intend to use the property as commercial, and they still choose to have just a security residence. So we would not remove that from the ordinance.
Okay. The parking requirement, that's one per dwelling unit. Does that only affect the properties that are 3,000 to 5,000 square foot,
3 to 4.
or 3 to 4? I'm sorry.
Yes. So only properties that fit within the regulations for SB 15.
But if I'm developing a new residential A5, do I have to have just one or two?
So if your tract of land has already been platted and you are developing to A5 standards and you have the A5 zoning district, then you'll just follow the A5 standards. So it will require 2 spaces behind the front wall for, excuse me, 3 or less dwelling units within the single-family home bedrooms.
And if I had a development, as unplatted, I was doing a 3 to 4,000 square foot, and it's not within 250 feet of another residential property, do I have a parking requirement at all?
Yes, so you'll be required 1 space per single-family residence.
And then the other question I had was the height. Since our most permissive height is H, which is unlimited height, I can use that out in, up in the Alliance area or down south. I have a
So
commercial piece of property, and I want to build
Tiny home.
a
you want to build multifamily?
Yeah.
Then the height is unlimited or maximum of 45 feet. So there's still some ways where, depending on which district you have to follow, we have, if you're in ER district, the height is 45 feet maximum. If you are in F or FR district, the height is unlimited. The height is 3 stories or 45 feet maximum. It's the density that's unlimited.
Okay. And IJ,
So the right now SB 840 is not applying to the industrial districts.
you'd stated heavy industrial, which is usually the K.
Yes, so the SB 840 or 2477 requires the municipality to apply SB 840 or 2477 to a district that requires, that allows office, retail, or warehouse. And so the city have identified these commercial districts where we will apply SB 840 and 2477. And right now, the city is not observing these requirements within the I, J, or K districts.
I think you're going to run in trouble there, but that's just me. Because I and J is light and medium, and then the law is stating something about heavy industrial areas. So,
Trey, are you able to speak to?
Yeah, I think it's because there were uses identified in I and J that qualified as heavy industrial uses, even though that's not a heavy industrial district, and they're excluded from districts in which a use that's heavy industrial is allowed.
But I could still build offices in I and J. It's an allowed use.
Correct, yeah.
Okay.
You just can't take advantage of 840 and 2477.
I'm sorry?
You just can't take advantage of 840 and 2477 development standards.
Okay. Thank you.
Do we have any additional questions? All good? I'm going to pass it over to Trey.
Hello, Trey Qualls, City Attorney's Office. There will be a test on all that, so I hope you're taking notes. Just kidding. That's, for your purposes, that's mainly informational. A lot of that stuff is not going to be things that come to this board, but just so you'll know the changes that are being made as a result of the last legislative session. Okay, next is lot size and lot width questions. This comes up, as you know, before you all every now and then. And sometimes I think there's been questions about it, so we just wanted to hit this one time and as a reminder of what those are about. And so the example in this presentation, it's been a couple of years since we've done this, but this example is an A5, and you all probably know the minimum width has got to be 50 feet, and minimum square footage is 5,000 in a standard A5 lot. So occasionally, what you'll see is a lot will come before you. It's only 45 feet wide, right? Supposed to be 50. Other example here, lot size supposed to be 5,000. As you can see in that little blue box there, that does not match up. It's only 4,200 or so. So how do properties ever get this way to begin with? There's a couple of different ways. One is a neighbor sells a little strip of their property to their neighbor. Maybe it doesn't get recorded or ever platted. Maybe the property has never been platted. Or maybe the lot was not just that size before we even had zoning sometimes in some older parts of the city. So there's a lot of different ways that lots can wind up not meeting the minimum, what would normally be our standard zoning of 5,000 square feet, or width is pretty common. So the way this usually comes before you all is property owner buys it, they're trying to develop, and they're told by the permitting department, you can't get a permit because you need to go, your lot doesn't meet the requirements of the zoning ordinance, you need to go to BOA and get a variance. And we'd probably never know about this unless they were trying to develop it, and that's because they're trying to get a building permit, and it's permitting that'll put a hold on that. They can't get, sometimes if it hasn't been platted, they got to get platted. They can't get the plat until they've got all the permitting in place. So it'll come to you, and like I said here, there will be holds put on it. If you apply the same standards you always would to it's a variance, so you look at the same standards you would for any variance. And if you all find that those standards are met, you grant the variance for the lot size or width. They still have to, that allows the permit hold to be removed. They can get permits and they can get platted. So it allows them to develop that property. If you all find that the variance has not been met, typically, this isn't to say you have to approve them all, but what that usually means is the property's not going to get developed if they can't get the variance, because then they can't get the permits and then they can't get platted. So a lot of times, so what that means is a lot of times it's going to stay vacant, and you all have to weigh: is it better to have a vacant property or one where you've granted the variance for smaller width or lot size? And again, you use the same standards and criteria you would for any variance. Hardship, you look at the surrounding properties and what effect it'll have. Does it accomplish the overall purpose of the zoning ordinance? The risk of, and again, this is not to say that every variance for lot size needs to be granted, but obviously the risk is the owner of the property could say that the denial of the variance prohibits them from developing their property, and that's when we get sometimes a takings claim. They'll file a suit. And just as a reminder, the takings But what they're saying is that as a result of our zoning ordinance not allowing them to develop their property, they can't get the use of their property. And as you know, both the state and federal constitutions say we have to provide just compensation if we're taking property. So their claims there would be a taking as a result of our zoning ordinance. Again, this is not to say you need to approve everyone. This is just the result sometimes if you have a property that they say, well, if I got denied, I can't develop, I don't have the good use of the property. Because that's the whole point of the BOA. As you know, you're the safety valve to make sure that our zoning ordinance does not constitute a taking of property. So again, yes.
If they also own the lot next door, do they have any ground to stand on a takings suit?
I mean, they still could say that their denial of the variance prohibits them from developing that property. They have other options, obviously. They could replat, try and plat them together, something like that. But
are there court cases to say one way or another is going to stand up in court?
I don't know that fact has come up in a specific court case, but I don't know that it would be dispositive either on whether they had a takings claim.
You know,
So let me ask one more question. For a takings claim, if they bought a scrap piece of property for almost no money, like how much are they going to go to court for that?
I've seen people go to court for a lot of silly reasons. Yeah, I mean, they certainly can. You know, what they knew about the property when they bought it really doesn't have anything to do with whether or not our ordinance constitutes a taking. That could be a factor in the lawsuit potentially, but for purposes of what you all do, doesn't make any difference in whether the variance requirements are met and whether our ordinance, if the variance requirements are met and the variance is denied, whether that constitutes a taking.
When was the last time this city had a lawsuit on a takings claim?
We get them all, we have them pending it all the time. As a result of this board, I don't know, but we have takings claims all the time. Probably have half a dozen pending at any given time.
Trey,
They're not all valid, but yeah.
On residential property?
Both.
and maybe about 2 or 3 months ago, we had a case where an individual was trying to develop a piece of property, and the city had designated the road out in front of them to be a different size than what was existing. And thus, it would have made that lot, I guess, or make it non-conforming, and then all the building setbacks and all that from the proposed right-of-way line. So, to me, that'd be a good example of this, is that,
Yeah, could be.
the acting of a government official or a government body designating that as a wider street and requiring more right-of-way. Now, along that line, do we not require variances when that case happens? In particular, on variances, when we expand a street, take right-of-way, and reduce some of their parking, I thought we've always gone back to what it was before, and it doesn't make them legal non-conforming because of the loss of parking.
Right. That is correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You know, I'm talking the 90% of what we see, not the special, weird ones that we sometimes are presented here, but the 90% where we have a lot they want to develop. And we have a history of accepting in the Board of Adjustment. And why don't we take the history of what we've done and apply that to whoever governing body decides, if 50 feet is going to be the minimum, 5,000 square feet is the minimum, because every time we come to this body and we've decided to say, okay, we'll go ahead and do it, 4,500, or change the law to where they don't have to come and spend money on a variance, because historically, 90% of the time, we say yes.
That's a valid question. I think staff may have reasons that they don't want to change those standard sizes. And I would also say that every case is different, even though you may find 90% of the time that the requirements are met. One case doesn't carry precedent to the next case necessarily. You're looking at each case for whether it meets the individual requirements. But if staff at some point decided they wanted to propose changing the A5 standards to minimum 4,500, because we see that, they certainly could present that to zoning commission and city council. There may very well may also be reasons they don't want to do that, but that would be something for staff to take into consideration.
So you guys are the ones who decide that.
I don't decide it. I don't decide anything.
You say staff, who's staff?
Development Services Department? Yeah,
The city of Fort Worth,
yeah, sure.
not the state.
No, we set our own requirements there.
Thank you.
Hi, Trey. Do you know of any cases where a property owner has been successful in suing the city of Fort Worth for a taking based upon a denial of a variance?
I will say we have certainly settled cases that result from appeals from the Board of Adjustment for denial of variances, yes. I don't know if those were specific takings cases all the time, but yes, we certainly have had cases where we have settled lawsuits.
Okay, those are settlements, not judgments or verdicts.
I don't know every case because I don't do litigation anymore, so I couldn't tell you for sure, but I could certainly ask the litigators about that in our office and we could see.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. This is a reminder, when you're looking at those cases, again, these are the same things you're always going to look at. When you're granting or denying a variance or special exception, here we're talking about variances. Of course, if the variance is granted, that individual is then going to still have to meet all the same. You're going to get the hold removed, but they still have to follow zoning, still have to follow platting requirements. Okay, that's all we have. Questions about that?
I just want to make one statement. It seemed like the cases that we run into most of the time is it's 50 foot at the building line, not at the
Street.
And it seemed like that's what that pinch point, that pie-shaped lot, is what has caused us to have to consider setbacks being less than or greater than the minimum. So I just want to make sure that
Yeah, I think that's fair.
lot size is always usually 5,000 square feet, but because of lot configuration, they can't get.
Yeah, that may be a reason that you find that they have a hardship. All right. I don't remember if we have any of those on the agenda today, but
Since we're in a work session, I asked a couple months ago, as we combined these two boards, there was a list of different zoning ordinances that were going to be reconsidered to where it could be done administratively, reducing the amount of questions coming before this board. I just wondered what that status was.
yeah, I don't want to get too deep into those just because we didn't notice discussion of those specific things, but I will say that those are still in the works. I think some of the text amendments like these have taken a little priority over those, and there's a lot of text amendments that have been coming through, but yes, those have not been forgotten.
I would like to be a work session related to that at some point in time, very near future.
Yeah, that's something we can certainly look at.
Thank you.
Okay, you got 15 minutes to grab another cup of coffee before we start the public session.
Okay, the work session is now adjourned.
The public hearing will begin at 10 a.m. Good morning. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. Staff present are Trey Qualls, Maribel Pena, Stacy Jones, Emily Garcia, and Denisha London. Chair, will you please call this meeting to order?
Yes. This is James Hook, and this meeting of the Board of Adjustment will now come to order. It is day 20 of the month of May, 2026, and I welcome everyone to the Board of Adjustment. This board is a citizen board appointed by the City Council. By state law, a minimum of 9 members or alternative members must be present to provide a quorum in order to conduct business. Today, we have a quorum with all 11 members present. Today's meeting agenda can be found online at fortworthtexas.gov. Speaker registration forms for the cases on today's agenda should have been turned in prior to the start of this session. Today's public hearing is being documented by cable television and video conference recording, which will be available on the city's website. To facilitate an orderly meeting, I'm asking everyone in the council chamber to turn off their audible alarms on their electronic devices at this time so we will not be distracted during our meeting. Each case will be called in the sequence listed on the agenda unless otherwise directed by me, the chair. The Board of Adjustment requests that the following rules of procedure be respected. Each case will be introduced by the City of Fort Worth Development Service Department. After presenting the facts of the case, the Board of Adjustment board members will have the opportunity to question city staff about the cases and any applicable laws or regulations that may apply. This portion of the discussion is exclusively between city staff and board members. As your case is being called, we ask that you move to the front row of the chamber. You will have 7 minutes to present the facts of your case and why you believe your application meets the criteria for approval. If more than one person is presenting the case, it is necessary to divide the totals of 7 minutes among all parties so you do not exceed the allotted time. After the applicant has presented their case, I will call for any opposition to come forward. This is their opportunity to express why they believe the variance or special exception should not be approved. The opposition is also allotted a total of 7 minutes of time to be shared among all speakers. If opposition is presented to the variance or special exception, the applicant will have an additional 3 minutes of rebuttal time. The chair may allow a few seconds in each presentation to ensure a speaker's final point may be made. And there are no translation cases today. After the parties have presented their positions, the board members will then have the opportunity to ask questions of the applicant and opposition. During this time, all speakers must remember that dialogue be directed to the Board of Adjustment only. There is no time limit during this period. After the board members have received answers to their questions, I will close the public portion of the hearing. Board members can discuss the case among themselves and city staff to determine whether or not an application meets or does not meet the criteria for approval. After this discussion, I will ask for a motion to approve, deny, or continue the case. City staff will call for a voice vote from each member. If an application is denied, an applicant will have 10 days in which to appeal to the court of appropriate jurisdiction. For more information on this additional information on any case on today's agenda, you may contact the Board of Adjustment at 817-392-0826 after this meeting. If necessary, a closed executive session may be held with respect to the posted agenda times to enable the Board of Adjustment to receive advice from legal staff. So our first order of business is to approve the minutes from last month's meeting. Has everyone had a chance to review the meeting minutes? Yes. Are there any objections? Okay, then the board will approve those minutes. Thank you. So we'll go ahead and get started with our first case. City staff, if you'll present BAR 26034.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. BAR-26-034 has been administratively withdrawn. There will not be a public hearing on this case. We'll move on to the continued cases.
Okay, then BAC 26005.
Emily?
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. The first item is BAC-26-005, located at 4401 Basewood Boulevard. The applicant is Signart, representing the property owner, Bank OZK. The property is Zone G, Intensive Commercial. The case was continued from the April meeting. The board requested to know what the bank proposed to show on the ECC sign and asked the applicant to show other ECC signs near the area. After I present this case, the applicant will present this information to the board. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow a monument sign with electronic changeable copy in a commercial zoning district in accordance with section 6.4118 of the zoning ordinance. The subject property is approximately 0.809 acres and is located at the northeast corner of North Beach Street and Basswood Boulevard. The site has a minimum slope of approximately 2% and does not contain mature trees or lie within a floodplain. The property is Zone G intensive commercial and is used as a bank. Surrounding properties are also Zone G and are commercial in nature. There are no adjacent residential uses in the immediate vicinity. There is a current monument sign with ECC permit that remains under review, currently awaiting a response from the applicant, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting one special exception to allow electronic changeable copy on a monument sign in a commercial zoning district. The zoning ordinance states in section 6.41A, electronic changeable copy signs may be permitted by special exception of the Board of Adjustments in Commercial, Industrial, Mixed Use, and Community Facility Zoning District, subject to certain conditions. There are other electronic changeable copy signs near the vicinity, specifically right across the street at the gas station. There are no residential neighborhoods in the vicinity. Basswood Boulevard and Beach Street are commercial connectors, and the site is not within a scenic area or corridor. The applicant is proposing a monument sign with electronic changeable copy. The sign is located 15 feet from the west property line along North Beach Street and 42 feet from the south property line along Basswood Boulevard. The sign area is 112 square feet with the ECC portion measuring 18 square feet, which is 24.88% of the sign face, complying with the maximum allowed 25%. The applicant also meets the minimum non-advertised area requirement by providing 25.67 square feet, exceeding the required minimum. These are the regulations that pertain to this case, and this concludes staff presentation. I'm available for any questions the board may ask.
Any questions?
I do.
Okay, we will.
So you mentioned the presence of a gas station that has the changeable copy.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a continued case, and at the last time, the applicant mentioned another one across the street.
Yes, the applicant will be presenting on that.
Okay, I was just wondering what the status of that one was from the city. Can you tell that? Did that one receive a variance?
Yes.
Okay. Do we know anything about when that variance was, or?
We would need to check.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go ahead and call the applicant up. And please, if you're next in line, please come on up to the front row and be ready to speak. Okay, go ahead and tell us your name and your address, and you'll have 7 minutes.
Okay, my name is Marie Byram, and my address is 4721 Bryson Lane, Midlothian, Texas.
I'm Joshua Ntapa. My address is 131 Poplar Springs, Mooresville, North Carolina.
Thank you. Go ahead.
And Josh is also the representative for the bank.
Okay.
Could you go back to page 12? I'm sorry. The one with the sign photo on it. not, yeah, keep going. This one. Um, okay, we can stay on the one that has the urgent care. This is the east the monument with an ECC on it that's catty corner to the Banco ZK property. Also, if you could go back to the other page with the sign on it, the proposed sign, that page. Not the site plan, yeah. That one. Yes. Okay, so on this one of the board members had a question about the side view, and Josh had clarified for me that the sign cabinet as a whole is flush with the masonry, and the top black that you're seeing is the push-through logo that projects 3 inches from the face of the masonry. And then that bottom black that you're seeing are the push-through letters of the Banco ZK that that extend 3 inches from the face. Also, one of the members had a question about or expressed concern about the busyness of that intersection and that the sign may be a distraction. And I disagree because I actually drove past the location on my way back to my office after the other meeting that we had. And I could see the sign, which I wasn't distracted by the sign, but what was distracting was that weird divider lane that's present on Basswood as you approach Beach. And I would also say that the general public is used to seeing signs advertised with signage in front of their businesses. And so I don't think that that really adds to the clutter of the intersection or the confusion of the intersection.
Okay. Yeah, you can add anything you like. A lot of the members weren't here last week, so please just kind of fill us in if you could.
Okay.
Some of 'em.
Go ahead.
So this EMC is controlled by corporate, the bank marketing company, which you submitted a letter from them. They control all the EMCs throughout their footprint through 7 states. Nothing's controlled by local branch managers. Everything's done quarterly from the bank. We submitted a sample slideshow of Plano, Texas. Every slideshow they have in their footprint is relatively the same minus the rates. The rates are a little bit different by the law. The only thing that will change in their quarterly slides, if something changed in the federal rate, they have to change their rate. So the only thing that will change on those slides is the percentage.
Could you show some of those slides? The board members in the previous meeting, they were wanting to see examples of the messages.
This electronic message center is 10 millimeter. It's high quality. The viewing angle of this is roughly 6 feet, so anything past 5 or 6 feet is clarity, pretty much television quality. And like I said, this is done in their national footprint. It's not something that we do per location. You're not going to get Happy Birthday Danny, one Friday on the EMC. It's strictly a marketing tool for the bank to let the public know what the interest rates are and what they're offering when they're open, time and temp.
Understood. Sorry this is taking so long to bring your slide up. Certainly there'd be a better way. Are these examples of the messages that would be on your marquee or on your digital?
Messages that are running at this quarter, like this came from the playlist at Plano, Texas.
Thank you. Okay, do you have anything else to add? Okay. Is there any opposition? Okay, we have one. If you guys would have a seat, you'll have 3 minutes once she's done, and you'll have 7 minutes. Please give us your name and address.
Morning, my name is, hello?
We hear you.
It's Margaret
Speak into the mic,
DeMoss.
please. Yep.
My name is Margaret DeMoss. I live at 2600 West 7th Street. And before I read my letter of opposition, I just want to commend the board. 100 years ago, I served when Bob Riley was on staff as the chair of the Zoning Commission, and we had looser rules on quorums and meetings, and we were able to meet at lunch and actually drive cars around and look at cases and get informal training. And I want to commend you for putting on your agenda in your work session to have a training session particularly carved out so you could learn more. I really commend you for that. To the opposition on this case, I am representing here today Scenic Fort Worth. We're a chapter of Scenic Texas, which is a chapter of Scenic America. The Fort Worth chapter of Scenic Fort Worth urges you to deny this case, BCAC 26005. This request is for an exception that would allow electronic changeable copy on a monument sign, which you've just seen here by the applicant. Fort Worth's monument sign ordinance allows easily read, consistent signage that benefits both businesses and people who use the roads, and it enhances safety. Why does the bank really need this exception? Do they have a verifiable claim to hardship? Exceptions are often given to gas stations because the state law requires daily price changes on their signs. This is a hardship. However, we're not aware of similar rules affecting banks. The fact that this bank is located on a major commercial corridor does not justify an exception. Very few, if any, other businesses on this road have had exceptions. In fact, the density of businesses and current level of visual impacts for the drivers may well be seen as another reason to deny it. The City of Fort Worth does not allow billboards with electronic changeable copy because they add visual distraction and clutter on our roadways. Studies have shown they create safety hazards. They are also reasons our city requires a special exception for these changeable copy signs. Fort Worth ordinances are tools that reflect the goals and intentions of the city. Our city's growing rapidly. Our ordinances are essential to managing how the city's land is used and developed to best serve the expanding economy and the quality of life of all residents. We ask that you respect and support the consistent enforcement of Fort Worth ordinances. And this letter was sent to you by Judy Harmon, the president, and if you need a copy, I can share this, but did staff receive this electronically? Yes, no?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Applicant, you have 3 minutes of rebuttal time if you'd like.
For the safety issue, with it being a unit, to let the people know,
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
to let the people know what the bank is offering so they could see it. it's not going to distract anyone from driving. There's a light out there. Every time someone's sitting at that light, they could read the board. The applicant, catty corner, with urgent care, received a exception for it. And with the gas stations, the same thing. It don't add clutter. Um, it don't add clutter to the roads. I don't. That's a.
You like to say something? Just bend the mic and right into your mouth. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with what Josh said about, it doesn't add clutter. That sign is existing. There, in the sign industry, there are, and in the city of Fort Worth, there are special exceptions made every day for ECCs. And so, and that's evident with the gas station across the street and with the urgent care as well. Um, So, I mean, y'all are granting those, so I don't know why that this one in particular is, would have such opposition to it.
Okay, thank you. All right, is that it? Okay, so we're going to close the public hearing and open this up. Oh, I'm sorry. Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Yes.
Can you speak into the microphone, Mr. Johnston?
Yeah.
Not on.
You're not on.
Mr. Johnston, is the green light on your, don't touch it, but is the green light on? Okay,
The green light is on.
okay, there you go.
Okay, great. These slides that you have that came from the other bank location, are those changed every day, every week, every 5 seconds? What is the frequency of the changing of these slides?
Like on a current day, you're saying not, so the slides themselves are changed quarterly, but whatever the code is for that jurisdiction is what we change the slides at. So say Denton, Texas, they're allowed one slide per 24 hours. So each slide would come every day, one slide would be on there. Some municipalities say you can have as many slides as you want. They can only change every 15 seconds. So it's just whatever the code is what we abide by. We're not trying to ask for anything over and beyond what the code allows.
Okay, do you know what the change frequency will be for this particular sign?
I don't know if I have it on the drawings. If there's no code requirements, they would change about every 30 seconds.
Thank you.
I think it's actually spelled out somewhere within this submittal.
Board Member Johnston, the ordinance says the message rate shall not change at a rate faster than one message every 20 seconds.
Okay. Thank you. And welcome to Texas from North Carolina, by the way.
It only took me 12 hours to get here.
Okay.
Are there any more questions for the applicant or opposite?
Could staff go ahead and, I'd like to see the typical messages again. I see this one. Okay. Okay. I was the member last month that asked about the configuration of that intersection. It has just recently in the last year been or so added 2 left turn lanes in each direction. And I was concerned about the confusion that additional electronic changeable copy signs might have. And I'd ask about, I know you gave testimony that you had confusion only because of the 2 left turn lanes. But my question was more in tune with what our own traffic engineering department had comments on.
Mr. Riley, the traffic engineering department didn't comment on the distractions or busyness of the intersection. However, they did let us know that both Beach Street and Basswood Boulevard are built out to their ultimate cross-section according to the MTP, and there's no proposed or scheduled projects for that area.
Okay.
Ms. Freed, you had a question? Okay.
This is Johnson. I have one more. I'm sorry. Do we know whether the urgent care sign, even though it's capable of being changed, do we know whether it's changed and what frequency that change is?
I really don't have the information on how frequently it changes or not, but whenever I went over there, it appears that that property on where the urgent care was is possibly not there. It seemed vacant, and that sign seems to be abandoned to me, and it's in disrepair as well. And it appears to be larger than Banco ZK's. I mean, it's a substantial size. Would you mind to go back to the slide of the urgent care photo? I just wanted y'all to see that again and how ugly that was. So.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe that business is out of business. Actually, that property used to be a bank building, got subdivided into urgent care and then a donut shop. Donut shop's active today, urgent care is not.
I guess I would have a question for city staff. Is this sign now grandfathered in? Does it?
Yes.
It is. Okay.
With the property.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, so we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for discussion.
I think there's a discernible difference between the gas station signs and this full color commercial. I'm all about marketing your business, but you're already in a prime location. You have ample space there with a regular sign. I think CRM, customer retention, customer acquisition are great intentions, but I think I don't see a way of supporting this because of the nature of the examples that they give us they're not like gas prices, changing there. It's basically a little commercial.
So, yeah, I'd also like to make a clarification. We do not allow electronic changeable copy signs in the city of Fort Worth without the special exception. And gas stations are, again, health and safety. And since I've been on the board, and that's been quite a while, we don't do these every day. The only ones I ever remember doing are schools so that they can announce PTA meetings, informational things, or churches. Never anything for commercial, for marketing. So they are not done every day. The city of Fort Worth is not like every other city. We have very stringent signage rules, which adds to the beauty of Fort Worth. And I will not be able to support any kind of electronic changeable marketing signs whatsoever.
Ms. Duffy?
So, in the presentation, one of the slides, slide 8, has the considerations that the zoning code gives us to look at in granting this special exception. I'm going to skip to number 2. Are there any residences nearby? No. It asks us to look at the streets. These are 2 commercial connectors. These are busy streets. It's site number 4. We're not in a scenic corridor. Number 1 is a very bad piece of zoning code as far as I'm concerned, because we're supposed to consider whether there are other signs in the area. It doesn't say whether that's a positive or a negative. But I would guess that if there are other signs, we'd have to have a really good reason why we would rule one sign out when other ones have been allowed. So I think given the 4 considerations that zoning code gives us to consider, I don't see a reason we could disapprove this sign.
I see a reason why we could approve it, but I also look at the overall signage in the city of Fort Worth and the intent of that, And electronic changeable, once you begin to have it, it will proliferate. And
But it's not our job to make the zoning code.
no, it's not, and we're not making it. We're just saying, for me, a special exception is because it services the community. And for me, marketing only services the business, not the community. So that's where I think the human factor comes in, and your human factor can be different, as it usually is, than my human factor, which is one of the reasons why it's great. But I think it's pretty obvious that special exception is, you've got to have some reason to have it, not some reason not to allow it. So when it's public service, I can do it. When it's commercial, for me, I can't.
For me, I think it'd be helpful to know how that other sign came to be, what the reason was for that. It wasn't, necessary.
Because we don't see them everywhere. We do not see them. And I'm so sensitive every time I drive around Fort Worth. There's one right down the street from me, but it is inactive. It's always black. So there's no distraction with the traffic, et cetera. And yes, moving digital copy distracts me.
Any other discussion? Are we open for a motion?
I'd like to make a
Let
motion.
me just, let me just add that I concur with my colleague to the extreme left here. I can support this variance because for me, the issue was one of what the representative presented with regards to hazard. And so the question, follow-up question to that is, has there been any reports of hazardous situations that have come out of having such, and to what extent?
Any other comments? Ms. Powell? Yes.
Your green light on, Ms. Powell?
You're good.
I don't think you pull your mic up.
So, okay. First I want to know, do the staff have an actual digital, the actual sign, digital, showing what they're proposing to display? Before, I'm talking about actually, like a video versus just the sign.
We weren't provided a video of, but this is the sign that they
Yeah.
propose and the drawings that they.
Right, I understand that. I was looking for a slideshow through the video, so we can actually see the. I believe you said 20 seconds. Then the second thing is, that particular area with the two left lanes, I can say that at first it was a little confusion, but the more you travel that area, residents or different people, they can become more aware of the left turning lanes. And from my experience personally, it has sped up the traffic congestion. A couple of times I missed that left turn lane. I had to go through the light, make the U-turn. But for my perspective, I'm glad that they added those. It just takes some time to make the adjustment, and knowing that particular area that you have, I call it a special turning section. And then the other thing is, as far as the sign, I do not see a problem with it. and I can support it. But however, I'm just gonna let you know straight up, you're just being transparent and honest, you don't have the support of the board. But, and each case is different, and I disagree with looking at overall the city signage usage. That has nothing to do with you all's particular sign. I wish you had brought in another electronic sign within that area that probably could have helped you more. But, you know, nevertheless, that still vacant lot, big, ugly, blank sign is still gonna be there. And then another reason why it's not, I didn't see distraction because it's lights. And anybody who's driving is gonna, I don't care what sign it is, anybody who's driving is only gonna look at the signs if they're stopped. If the light is green, it's just gonna keep going, no matter what side of the intersection you're on. So I didn't see it as being a distraction, but I'm just being transparent, with honesty with you. You don't have the full support, and I don't see it passing.
Thank you, Ms. Pound.
This is Johnston. I can tell you from my standpoint, had that electronic changing sign on the urgent care not been there, I would oppose this. But I think the fact that there is that other sign that was previously approved by somebody is there. All of the other requirements of the special exception have been met, and so I feel compelled to approve it. But again, had there not been that urgent care sign, I would not do that.
And you are just now reinforcing what I said. Once they go in, it's easier to do it. And throughout most of Fort Worth, you don't find any of them. And I just think digital marketing, we get enough of it. We get more than enough of it. And I don't like any of it in your face. So that's, if it was serving the public, which is why it's only allowed by special exception, then I would approve it. I've approved every single one, I believe, for church and for school and gas station.
And I'm with you. But anyway, I feel compelled based upon the standards that are set for us that we had nothing to do with setting.
I have a question. The statement that you just made with regards to if it were serving the public, explain, I mean, why do you think it is not serving the public?
It's marketing. I mean, each one of those messages is pure marketing. Come in, this is our percentage rate, open an account, whatever. It's marketing. And if you think that it's okay, then think about that at every corner. And then you get one here, and well, then I should have one too. And if you have that multiple times throughout the block, it does proliferate. And we have been given the opportunity within the provisions of the special exception to keep the visibility, to keep the visual cleanness. I totally support the efforts of Scenic USA, Scenic Texas, Scenic Fort Worth. If you drive through Fort Worth and you look at how clean the city is in terms of billboards, and then just drive right to the city line, you immediately get billboards. You get billboards with electronic changeable copy. We have been referred cases that have come from design districts about signage. And that's because we have, as a city, implemented guidelines to keep the city sight lines clean, to minimize marketing perpetuation of signage so that Fort Worth has a unique look and feel. And that's within our zoning code. And that comes to us so that when there is a need for electronic changeable copy sign, when it serves the public, we can make an exception. But to me, that's what an exception is. That's my interpretation.
And I appreciate that. And I guess I could buy that if this were a residential area, but it is a commercial area. And so that is, you know, part of my support for this. So.
There's, kind of paint you a picture, if this signage was at the back of the bank in the drive-through, then it makes a little more sense because it serves the customers that are, it's the banks, because this only benefits the bank. Doesn't benefit anyone else but the bank. If the sign was inside the bank, it benefits the bank. That makes sense. Outside, it, you know, I completely agree that it's advertising, which they're allowed to do. I just I can't support the way they're doing this with the colored sign that lights up, and we don't have those. Different than prices on a gas station, different than a school. You know, it's just, it's different. So I just don't, I cannot support this particular sign at the front, in the main intersection of this.
I'd like to say also, I can't support it either. I mean, just because the business across the street has an electronic changeable copy sign doesn't mean that you get to have it as well. I don't know the background on where that sign came from, if there's a hardship or anything like that. We don't have information on that. So I've just got to go based off of what, you know, what they're here for today to get a special exception. They haven't shown any hardship to me other than the guy next door does it. So I would have to vote against it.
You know, I'm not going to be able to support the special exception request. And while I know certain members have feelings about certain businesses, we cannot regulate content, whether it's a gas station, a school, or a bank. And I believe the one that we keep referring to across Catty Corner, across the street, I believe that was a bank at one time, and it went out of business. And then it became an urgent care center. It wasn't doing as well. It opened up half of it to be a donut shop. So I'm still concerned about the confusion that additional electronic changeable copies are going to have on maneuvering that intersection. For that reason, I won't be able to support it.
Any other discussion or a motion?
I'd like to make a motion
Okay.
to approve BAC-26-5 as written.
Second.
And who was the second? Was that me?
One.
I'll second it.
Oh, we got a second down here already.
Acosta.
Mr. Acosta.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve case BAC-26-005 as requested by the applicant. The motion made by Board Member Sergio Garza and second by Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta. Roll call. Board Member Deborah Freed.
Denied.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
No?
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
No.
Board Member James Hook.
No.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Arteaga.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
No.
The motion to approve fails for the lack of non-affirmative votes. Oh, I'm sorry. Board Member Jared Wilson.
No.
The motion to approve fails.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our next case, BAR 26009. Staff, would you present?
Mr. Chair, the applicant of this case has requested to deny without prejudice. I am not sure if Mr. Gary is here. I don't think he is. But he has asked staff to make that request on his behalf. Emily will present the case.
The next item on the agenda is BAR-26-009, located at 3900 Birchman Avenue. The property owners are Jameer N. and Arier K., and the applicant is Gary Shaston on behalf of Crestmont Custom Homes. The subject property is zoned A-5, one-family residential. Please note the applicant has requested to deny this case without prejudice. The applicant is requesting a variance to the minimum side yard setback requirement adjacent to a side street. The ordinance requires a minimum 10-foot side yard setback along the side street. The applicant is proposing a setback of 5 feet 7 inches, which results in an encroachment of approximately 4 feet 5 inches into the required setback. The subject property is approximately 6,000 square feet and is flat, rectangular corner lot located within an established neighborhood. The property was originally platted in 1907 and includes alley access. There is no floodplain present, however, there are several mature trees on the site. The property has a demolished single-family home that was constructed originally in 1939. The property previously had a residential raising permit issued for demolition of the existing structure, which has since expired, and a new building permit application has been submitted and is currently awaiting client response. The applicant is proposing to construct a new single-family residence. The proposed home is approximately 2,107 square feet, consisting of 6 bedrooms, 6 full bathrooms, and 2 half bathrooms. The variance is requested to allow the structure to encroach into the required side yard setback along the eastern property line. The proposed development will result in approximately 41.3% lot coverage, which is an increase from the existing 28.28%, but remains below the maximum 50% lot coverage permitted in the A-5 district. In addition, the zoning ordinance requires 5 parking spaces for a residence of this size, and the applicant has indicated that the requirement will be met. If the variance is approved, the applicant will still be required to comply with all other applicable building codes and remaining development standards. These are the regulations that pertain to the case. And this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
The applicant is not here, correct?
Correct.
So why did this case then get moved to the end? We have individuals who are here.
It was our understanding that the applicant would be present, but just looking out into the ordinance, I don't see that he's here.
But
If the chair would like to move the case to the end, it's
because
fine.
I've asked, could we do this like about 3 months ago? So we won't waste time for people who's here. that
Understood.
expedite
We've already heard
our
the staff.
time.
We've already heard the staff report. I think we can probably move towards questions and make a quick vote.
That was a question to the staff as well as the board, because this is coming,
So, Ms. Free, one thing is we see a lot of people every.
Ms. Free,
I'm
Ms.
sorry,
Powell.
Ms. Powell. My apologies. We see a lot of customers every day, so us remembering who is who and who's out in the ordinance, we are sometimes not able to recognize each applicant for each specific case. I did share with the chair that the request of the applicant prior to the meeting, but it was our understanding from the applicant that he would be present here for the meeting today. That's why I didn't ask the chair to
It was
move this.
he shared, the individual shared that they were going to be here at the meeting, even though that their request was to deny it. You mean to tell me? I'm just being transparent again. If I'm on the opposite side, if I'm asking you to go ahead and deny it, it's no need for me to even be at the meeting, because 9 times out of 10, the request is going to be honored. So there's no need for me to be there. So my question is, did the applicant express that they were going to be in attendance at this meeting?
The applicant did express that he would attend the meeting. He also did ask staff to request a denial without prejudice on his behalf.
Yes, Ms. Duffy?
So my question is about why without prejudice? What is their intention to change?
The applicant decided to follow the zoning ordinance, but just in case that something come up during permitting, that he's allowed to come back to the Board of Adjustments.
Seems fair.
So if we deny, with prejudice, then all we're denying is the variance on the side setback. So if something else comes up in zoning, then he'd still have to do another variance request. Is that not the case?
Yes, but he just wanted to make sure that the setbacks were right and nothing comes up. He just wanted to cover all his bases.
Yeah.
So if something does come up related to the side yard setback, if you deny with prejudice, he can't come back for 2 years. If you deny without prejudice, he can come back next month.
Yeah, I'm not even sure why it was continued.
So the case was continued because the board wanted the applicant to explore more options, to let the board know whether there was a possibility for him to meet the zoning ordinance or with the redesign, or if not, then to come and prove his hardship.
Right, but there was no hardship at all. There's quite easy to move it over. There's nothing to the left. The driveway has already been removed. So I'd be just as happy to deny with prejudice.
I think the applicant is doing exactly what we asked him to do, to reconsider, to redesign the house. He needs more time. So if we go ahead and do as our people who live in our city ask us to do, he's asking respectfully, go ahead and deny without prejudice. I think that is just a reasonable request.
So we've found out that there is no applicant here to present on his 7 minutes. Have we found out if there's any opposition?
There was one letter of opposition which was provided in the late correspondence.
Is there anybody here in person? Okay.
So one question for staff is, could the applicant have withdrawn their application?
No, so the case had been legally noticed and it had been presented to the board before, and because the board made the decision to continue the case, it has to appear back before the board.
Understood, thank you.
Are we at discussion yet or not?
Yeah, we're in discussion. Let's
So
go discuss.
I just feel like it's not going to hurt us to give him the without prejudice, and that we don't want to leave that lot empty for 2 years. We need development to move forward. If he comes up with another variance that he needs, now he has the rights, he's got an all clear to come back to us.
And also, he went in a different direction based off of our comments last session. So he does seem to be trying to work out a different deal. I would honor that. We would like to make a motion. Please do so.
Make a
Before
motion.
we make a motion, are we okay with this? Everyone?
Thank you for asking. Yes.
I just want to make sure that we are okay. I'd like to make a motion, BAR 26-009, to,
His request was to deny without prejudice.
that's correct, deny without prejudice. I'm sorry about that. Deny without prejudice.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to deny without prejudice for case BAR-26-009. Motion made by Board Member Sergio Garza and second by Board Member Bob Riley. Roll call, Board Member Deborah Freed.
Deny.
Well,
Well, you for the denial, right? So, yes, you want to,
Deny, denial
okay,
without prejudice.
okay. Board Member Sergio Garza,
I'm saying yes, deny without prejudice.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member Eric Arteaga,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jared Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
yes.
The motion passes to deny this case without prejudice.
Thank you. Our next case, BAR 26014. Staff, please.
The next case is BAR-26-014, located at 1533 Western Willows Drive. The property owners are Philip Elvey and Rebecca A. Pickett, and the applicant is Mary Nell Poole on behalf of Townsite. The property is zoned A-43, one-family residential. The applicant is requesting a variance to the one-family A-43 district development standards requiring a minimum 25-foot side yard setback in order to allow an addition of a non-habitable space, specifically a storage and a carport, to encroach into the required side yard setback along the western property line. The required minimum side yard setback is 25 feet, and the applicant is requesting a side yard setback of 10 feet. The subject property is a 1-acre lot located within an established residential neighborhood. The site is relatively flat, was platted without alley access, and contains several mature trees in both the front and rear yard. Staff notes that the property is not located within a regulated floodplain, and there are no other known environmental constraints. According to Tarrant Appraisal District records, the primary residence was constructed in 2005. An aerial indicates that the existing non-habitable accessory structure, identified as a shop attached to the garage, was constructed between 2024 and 2025. Staff notes that a permit was not issued for the shop addition. A city-initiated limited-purpose annexation approved in 2002 established an A-5 one-family zoning regulations for the property. At the time, the minimum side yard setback requirement was 5 feet. Aerial imagery from 2007 indicates that the garage was constructed with a 20-foot side yard setback, which complied with the A-5 zoning standards in effect at that time. The property was later rezoned A-5 one-family residential to A-43 one-family through zoning case ZZ 09101, which became effective on October 29, 2009. The rezoning increased the minimum required side yard setback from 5 feet to 25 feet. PB 26-00634 was a residential accessory addition permit for a carport attached to a mother-in-law suite, and the permit is currently awaiting client response as of January 22, 2026. An existing garage measuring approximately 25 feet by 25 feet, totaling 625 square feet, is located in the southwest corner of the lot. Attached to the garage is a non-habitable accessory structure or shop measuring approximately 30 feet by 15 feet, totaling 450 square feet. The shop also connects to an attached covered porch measuring approximately 125 square feet. All three structures remain located within the southwest portion of the property. The garage and attached shop are positioned 20 feet from the western property line, resulting in an existing side yard setback deficiency of 5 feet under the current A-43 zoning standards. The applicant is proposing to install a carport that would align with the existing garage and shop. The proposed carport would also maintain a 20-foot side yard setback rather than the required 25 feet, resulting in a continued setback deficiency of 5 feet. Additionally, the applicant is proposing to construct a 350 square foot storage shed. The proposed storage structure would be built on top of an existing concrete slab, currently located 10 feet from the western side property line. This would result in a setback deficiency of 15 feet from the required 25-foot side yard setback. These are the regulations that pertain to the case, and this concludes staff presentation. I'm available to answer any questions. I also want to note that this was a continued case from our last meeting. The board asked the applicant to provide if they could move the structures over, but the applicant decided to keep it as is, and they'll present on that.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff?
Yes. So the main structure is 5 feet in violation of the setback, correct?
Correct.
And there was no permit for that structure?
No.
So the one thing with this case is that this property was annexed into the city. So a portion, at that time, I don't know the county's zoning regulations, but when the garage and shop was constructed, the garage was constructed before it was annexed into the city, so it is a non-conforming garage. The addition, however, was added to the garage without permits, so that's why you see the variance to allow the 10-foot side yard setback.
Wait. You say the garage was built after 2010? When did you say it was built?
The
according-
shop was after 2010.
So just the front part of the garage?
So the portion that is labeled garage original was built when, before the annexation.
So we have just one request for variance, but that request covers both the carport and the storage shed, is that correct?
Yes, so because the 10-foot side yard setback is the most restrictive, and we shared this with the board when we heard the case last, your motion could be to approve the storage at 10 feet and the carport at 20 feet. And this just alleviates the request for 2 variances on the same side yard setback. So the board can make the motion to approve the storage at 10 feet, the carport at 20 feet.
Any other questions? Okay, let's open the public hearing. And applicant, if you please come up. And please go back over your case for anybody that was not here last month.
Do I take this one?
Please give us your name and address again, and then please just go back over the case.
You bet. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Good morning. They're pulling up my presentation. I had a presentation for you, so. Here we go. Am I controlling it now? It's not moving. Whoops, okay. There we go. All right. I'm sorry. Good morning, Mary Nell Poole, Townside, 2918 Wingate here in Fort Worth. As a quick reminder, I was here in March requesting a 10-foot side yard setback along the western border. This neighborhood was part of an annexation by the city of Fort Worth in 2009. As you can see on this 2009 zoning map aerial, almost this entire neighborhood was already built out under A5 zoning. With the annexation, due to the size of the lots, the city rezoned the neighborhood to A43, which required 25-foot side yard setback, where the 5-foot setback had been required in A5. Well, this doesn't want to move. Thank you. When the house was built in 2005, the builder used a 20-foot side yard setback for the secondary detached garage following the existing driveway. The existing building is grandfathered, even though this building was built legally. If this building was destroyed by a tornado or a fire, they would need to get a variance to rebuild the garage in the same location. I believe this is probably an unintended consequence of the rezoning. There was a shop that was added to this building prior to the current owner, my client, purchasing the property. They are in the process of having that permitted at this point. So as they go through with any new permits, that will be taken care of. Next slide. Since it's not moving, thank you. What we're requesting today is to add a carport to the existing garage, which would line up with the existing structure, which under the new zoning category encroaches 5 feet into the 25 required setback. We are also asking to add a storage garage to the garage on an existing concrete pad that would leave a 10-foot side yard setback. Next photo. Next slide. There we go. This is the photo of the current condition. The proposed storage of 350 feet would be constructed on the existing concrete pad, leaving a 10-foot side yard setback, just as you see here right now. When I was last here, you asked me if we could move the storage to the other side of the building. If you would change the next slide. At the time, I wasn't aware that all of the properties in this Haslett neighborhood utilize well water and septic systems. This photo shows you the septic field, which has a sewer line running straight down the side of the building. Building over the sewer line is not allowed. Also, there are irrigation lines connected to the well that run throughout most of the backyard. Moving any of those lines would be extremely costly. Next slide. I have also provided another petition with additional signatures from the neighbors on both sides, the two neighbors to the rear and the one directly across the street. 3 of these neighbors also had to get a variance to build or add to their garage. Here you can see the garage of the neighbor who is most affected by this variance. He received a variance to build this garage, which includes what looks like 2-story roll-up doors. You also asked if there was an HOA or neighborhood association over this area. There is not. Had the zoning not changed with the annexation, none of these properties would have had to request a variance for their garages. Almost every home in this neighborhood has this detached garage shop configuration on their property. I would ask for your approval, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in favor? And is there anyone here to speak in opposition? Okay. Seeing none, we will open up for questions from the board. Okay.
Well, I'm not sure if this is a question, but so this is my stomping ground, my neck of the woods for a long time, and I know everybody does have giant buildings out there. The septic system is in the backyard, but I think what we had discussed last time was moving the storage part of your building to the back of the garage.
No, you asked us to make it L-shaped because we couldn't put it to the back because of the setback requirement in the back. You asked us to make it an L shape.
So in the backyard, you're looking at something like, if I remember right, like 350 square foot storage?
Yes. And
so your garage is already, wasn't it 30 feet wide?
30 feet wide.
So
this makes it 40 feet wide.
Right. So there's still plenty of room to put 350 square feet of storage in the back part of the garage and still meet the setback. I just want to point out that the septic system is not behind the garage.
It's not. There is a line that runs through there. When we discussed before, because we have a 20-foot setback in the rear, I believe it's 20 or 25 foot is what our rear setback is. We talked about, you asked us to make this an L shape, take the building and bring it out to the side of that. Because in the back, we didn't have room to put that in the back because of the rear side yard setback.
The side yard setback in the rear required by the zoning district is 25 feet.
And so we wouldn't have room to put.
Again,
we would only have 5 feet to be able to put it because we're 30. The building is 30 feet from the property line in the rear.
So I remember the discussion we did talk about putting the structure on the inside wall of that building.
It was going to be on. You asked us to try to do it on the L shape.
Right. So your septic are those lateral lines? Do they run back that way?
It runs straight back. There's sewer lines that run straight back down alongside the building.
Alongside the building on the inside of that building.
Right. Okay. Matter of fact, the owner told me that one was when they were doing the construction. He understood that somebody had even pierced one of the lines at one point.
Mm-hmm. Do you know, is that a rotary system or is it like a leaching system? Do you know?
That part I don't know. I just know it's just.
So could you go back a couple of slides?
I can't control it. I'm sorry.
Staff, could you wait? Slow. No. Yeah. No. One more. Try one. Stay. Okay. What is that gray building?
That is the neighbor's garage.
Is that a neighbor
He-
on the same street or on the opposite?
That's on the opposite street. We've got the two neighbors who are adjacent. If you notice, and that one, and his is more than 40 feet wide. If you'll go back one
So,
more, can you go back one more? Oh, to the very first picture. Second one then, I'm sorry. If you look over to the right, where you see that is the neighbor, the second neighbor, that's his garage, and you can hardly see his roll-up door from the back, but you see the awning over where he has a little patio area, just like this one over
Okay.
there. That's his garage right there.
So can you go back to the slide that I requested, one more?
That's up one.
There, okay. Do you know how far that gray storage or
He just
garage?
said I do not know, he just said he had to have a variance to put his in.
So that one did have a variance?
Yes, 3 of the neighbors said that they had variances. Because again, all of these properties built to A5 standards originally, which gave them 5-foot setbacks.
Right.
Some of them
Once you
chose 15 feet from the things. My client's builder chose 20 feet for their driveway, and that's where they kind of set, was lining up with what where the driveway had been put. So that's why they're varying setbacks back there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Close the public hearing. Open it up for discussion.
I have a staff question really quick. So they had a limited annexation in 2002 and a full annexation in 2009, right?
Yes.
So under limited annexation, that didn't apply to side setbacks. Setbacks applied?
A5 setbacks applied.
A5.
5 feet, 5 feet.
The A5, if the limited annexation, if the designated zoning district at the time was A5, then those standards would have applied for the development.
How many letters did we get?
We have not received any letters of support or opposition on this case.
I presented a petition with 5 signatures, the 2 neighbors to the back on either side, and the one directly across the street who can look into it.
Okay, we're, any more discussion?
Discussion?
Yeah, public hearing's closed. Any discussion?
I mean, I think it's easy to grant a variance for 20 feet, a 20-foot setback, because the garage was built with that, and we'll let that carport be in front. But I think the little side storage has to go in the back, just to meet the, or wherever they want to put it, or they cannot install it. But I don't see any hardship why it has to be right there.
Anybody else?
I actually, given that the side setbacks are so generous in A45 and the whole neighborhood already has, when I look at infill, I look at what's there. To me, that is a real defining thing. You want things to fit into the neighborhood. And if you're asking for a variance with no hardship that just sort of is not in character, I would not support it. But I don't think I have any trouble supporting this one.
I don't either. Based on the aerials, looks like some of the properties, especially behind, those buildings seem to be pretty
Yeah,
close.
the gray one on that photo seems very close. And given that, you know, she'd have to come back for a rear setback to put the storage shed in back.
I don't think that's necessarily true. I mean,
Yeah, no, if we've got the measurements on one of these slides.
what's the measurement of the backyard?
It's on one of these here, 31 feet. So if they extend beyond there,
So they have
6 feet.
They have 6 feet times 30 feet. behind that backyard, right? Or behind the garage to put a storage, some storage back there if they wanted to. They could put a shed in the opposite corner of the yard.
Ask a question. Okay, you can come up.
You're changing the structure also of the building. I mean, the building goes down like this, and we're changing completely to try to add 5 feet depth on there. The other, again, and there are irrigation lines back behind there as well. So irrigation lines would have to be have to be taken up. Because this already had parking on the side over there, and I think I mentioned before, an RV with the previous owner had been what was parked there. We're just trying to use an existing foundation that you're not having to tear up and put more, and then not having to restructure the whole frame of the building to try to add 5 feet to the side, adding it, to the back. It's just much more intense to do that.
Thank you.
I've got
There's a question.
Mr. Garza?
I was, at first I was kind of against this building, but the photograph with the neighbor's garage that looks like it's 2 stories. And what they're adding is just adding to an existing structure. I don't have a problem with this particular, going to the setback of what they're requesting. So I would be able to support this for both the awning and the structure.
Mr. Riley?
Fortunately or unfortunately, I recall the annexation period of time that it started in 1999 when the state legislature limited cities on what they could annex. And there was a push, and they actually to annex. Also, they allowed limited purpose annexation, which the city elected to do. Basically, the property owners would still have to comply with zoning and building permits, but they did not weren't taxed until the time they were fully annexed. So that was kind of a compromise at that time. I don't have a problem with the case as long as it's tied to the site plan that's before us today. I do not want to empower them to do a 10-foot building setback along that line or other lines in the neighborhood. So I think it should be tied to this plan. I'll be able to support that.
Any more discussion? Or are we open for a motion? Anybody want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion if there's no other discussion.
Okay.
I'd like to make a motion to BAR 26014 as written.
So I have a question for legal. If the motion is expressed as written, does that encompass what Bob was saying, that the design would have to be here? Or?
Yes, because he said tied to the plan that is before us. So this is the plan that is before us. So that would be tied to what Mr. O'Reilly has stated, and that is my motion tied to the plan that is before us.
With that,
Ms. Powell, could you restate your motion?
Yes.
And maybe tie that to the site plan? That would clear.
Yeah. Yes, I would like to make a motion based on this site plan that is before us, BAR 26014, to the plans that have been submitted
To approve.
to approve.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion to approve case BAR-26-014, tying the approval to the site plan presented to the board today. The motion made by Board Member Lucretia Powell and seconded by Board Member Bob Riley. Roll call. Board Member Deborah Freed.
Approved.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member Bob Riley.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
No.
Board Member Eric Arteaga.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
No.
Board Member Jared Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Okay, thank you. Our next case, BAC 26013. Staff would present that, please.
Chair, can we identify that this applicant is here before the staff present his case for this particular case?
Yes, we have him in the building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, please come up to the front row if you are, if you're next. That way we know you're here and ready to present. Otherwise, we may move you to the back of the line and let some of the folks here present first. Thank you. And same thing for opposition. If you're in opposition, please come up to the front.
Good morning. BAC 26-013, the address of the property is 5900 Retail Way, also known as 9607 Old Granbury Road. The owner of the property is Target Corporation. Applicant is UCD Chisholm Trail LP. Zoning district is G, Intensive Commercial District. And the legal description is Lot 1, Block 7, Chisholm Trail Ranch. Before you today are 3 variance requests. Variance A, to the requirement that pylon signs shall not exceed the maximum width of 12 feet to allow a pylon sign that exceeds the permitted sign width. The maximum width allowed by ordinance is 12 feet. Requested sign width is 20 feet, 7 inches. Variance B, to the requirement that pylon signs shall not exceed the maximum advertised message area to allow a pylon sign that exceeds the permitted advertised message sign area. The maximum advertised area, message area by ordinance 200 square feet. Requested total advertised message area is 258.81 square feet. Variance C, to the requirement that a minimum of 20% of the sign face, excluding the base, shall contain non-advertised message area to allow a pylon sign that provides less than the required minimum non-advertised message area. Minimum non-advertised message area by ordinance is 64.70 square feet, and requested non-advertised message area is 30.1 square feet. The subject property is approximately 13.67 acre commercial pad site located within the Chisholm Trail development which is situated northwest of the intersection of McPherson Boulevard and Chisholm Trail Parkway. The lot slopes approximately 5.6% from the lowest point on the northeastern corner of the lot to the southwestern corner of the lot, with the highest point occurring near the middle of the lot. The lot is not within the FEMA floodplain. Surrounding land uses include multifamily residential development immediately to the north and west, zone PD 1298 for CR, low intensity multifamily, and C, medium density multifamily. The subject property and properties to the south located within the Chisholm Trail development are zone G, intensive commercial. The applicant proposes to install a pylon sign in the northeastern corner of the lot along the Chisholm Trail Parkway access road. So here's the lot history. USA 250002, Chisholm Trail West was executed in February of this year, and PB 2501871 for ornamental iron fencing, textile metal beam guard railing, which is expired. BAC 26-013, proposed elevations, variance A. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a pylon sign that exceeds the permitted sign width. The zoning ordinance section 6.409C2 limits pylon signs to a maximum width of 12 feet. The proposed sign has a width of 20 feet, 7 inches, exceeding the maximum by 8 feet, 7 inches. Variance B, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow a pylon sign that exceeds the maximum permitted advertised message area. The variance ordinance section 6.409C3 limits the advertised message area to 200 square feet. The proposed sign provides 258.81 square feet, exceeding the permitted maximum by 58.81 square feet. Variance C, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow a pylon sign that provides less than the required minimum non-advertised message area. The zoning ordinance section 6.409G requires that a minimum of 25% of the sign face, excluding the base, consist of non-advertised message area. The minimum non-advertised message area for the proposed sign is 64.70 square feet. The applicant proposes 30.1 square feet, resulting in a deficiency of 34.69 square feet. And here are the regulations for the pylon sign section. And here are the board actions. Do you have any questions?
Any questions for staff? Okay, we'll open up the public hearing. If you'd like to come up and state your name and your address, you'll have 7 minutes.
Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Doug Hallam, 14201 Sovereign Road, Fort Worth, Texas, representing Chisholm Trail LP. Can I have slide for variance C by chance? We have submitted exhibits. Again, we're looking at this through the lens of the Unified Sign Agreement that was executed in February of this year. We have submitted an exhibit and calculations to show that we are within the guidelines specified for the non-messaging area. The sign area calculation is actually 234.75 square feet using the formulations that were adopted for the Unified Sign Agreement. So I just wanted to point that out. That's just something that I think a record will show once you compare the USA exhibit to the sign elevation. We do and have prepared a photo rendering here showing the sign that was adopted with the Unified Sign Agreement in February, and then have made accommodations at staff's request to create a lower profile sign that will service the pad sites, who obviously had Chisholm Trail Parkway as a focus under the USA Unified Sign Agreement for tenant exposure for the pad sites along Chisholm Trail Parkway. We have basically conducted a study in consideration of the setback. The code required setback for the sign is 12 feet. We're presently, due to the, I believe it's the water, floodplain, utility easements, and just the topographical placement of the retaining wall, roughly between 55 and 60 square feet off of the property line at the northwest corner. In order to service the tenants because of the setback, any panels installed below what's shown here would not be useful. And so it was really just a consideration of what do we do with those pad users, and the team elected to add the pad panels to the right of the sign, and that kind of basically forced you into a situation where both the area and the width became a factor. And again, we've tried to take a balanced approach. We understand the the Chisholm Trail guidelines, beautification guidelines. We've studied the area. We understand and appreciate the maintaining of the topography with the plantings and surroundings and so forth. And we tried to balance that by, in this rendering, lowering the side height to the code allowable 20 feet, trying to show it in a subordinate role to the building profile and so forth, which has become more the predominant placement for any kind of a freeway-oriented sign along the parkway. And we can demonstrate that by citing various examples. Again, I think I have my basic notes covered, and would welcome any comments or criticisms. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else here to speak in favor? Is there anybody to speak in opposition? Oh,
We had one in favor.
one more in favor? Yeah, come on up. Please, your name and address, please.
Good morning, Dorothy Parks, 7001 Preston Road, Suite 410, Dallas, Texas. We've been working on this signage for well over a year through partnerships with staff. We did sign a unified sign agreement in February. In that USA, we reduced the overall number of site signs from 14 to 7. More specifically, we reduced the number of signs along Chisholm Trail Parkway from 3 to 1. The USA also allowed the sign that's along Chisholm Trail at 35 feet. Since our signage of the USA, we've been told that we needed to come before the Board of Adjustments, and so we've reduced that height of that sign from 35 feet to 20. In doing so, between the time of the USA and now, we've made commitments to those pad users that they would have signage along Chisholm Trail Parkway. In order to keep those commitments, we need to make the sign width wider so that we can keep signage for all of those pad users along McPherson. We respectfully ask for support of this variance, and if there's any questions, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you. And there was some opposition, if you'd like to come up.
Thank you. Again, I'm Margaret DeMoss. I live at 2600 West 7th Street. I am representing Scenic Fort Worth, an organization which since 1995 has worked with the city of Fort Worth to implement ordinances that improve the visual character of our community, those that encourage landscaping, urban forestry, no new billboards, more attractive on-premise signs, stealth cell towers, and other context-sensitive designs. We believe those standards provide a more economically attractive and more desirable city for both current residents and future investors. The CTP, the Chisholm Trail Parkway, which I will continue to refer to as the CTP, has a long history in Fort Worth. I attended my first public meeting about the Southwest Parkway in 1980. Over the following decades, that road has undergone change in route and design. Present today is Elaine Petrus in the audience. She chaired the final Citizens Advisory Group for the City Council. Louise Appleman, also a board member of Scenic Fort Worth, chaired that previous advisory committee. You all have received a letter of opposition from former Mayor Kenneth Barr, who served as mayor during the final planning process when council adopted the corridor goals. And I can waive those if you'd like to look at those later. Those corridor goals are quoted in part by Kenneth Barr in his letter: to discourage auto-oriented strip development and signing through buffering, access management, and sign permit restrictions, end quote. After his tenure as mayor, he continued to work as a member of the North Texas Tollway Authority Board to ensure the design and final construction of the CTP met those goals. The CTP, or SH-121, is not only listed as one of the 38 named scenic corridors or areas in our zoning code 6.402, and I will note that the staff report did not include that, and I find it curious because it was included in all your previous cases listed. Is this property in a floodplain or is this property in a scenic corridor? Indeed, this property is in a scenic corridor. It is also singled out in Zoning Code 6.409 to prohibit freeway signage, limiting the signs along the CTP to 20 feet tall and 12 feet wide. Elaine reminded us that parkways by definition are not highways or freeways. Parkways emphasize aesthetics. I'd like to refer a bit to hardship. This request does not fulfill the hardship requirement. There's a BJ Wholesale Warehouse Club, a huge facility just north of here. That project has signage on its building, and it also has a 20-foot pylon sign that meets the code. If you'll refer to the letter you received from our president, Judy Harmon, although we do commend the applicant for adhering to the height limit of 20 feet, we would like to oppose the variance, which would result in the sign being 75% wider with a message area of 34% greater than the ordinance allows. Not only do we believe this variance does not demonstrate hardship, we believe allowing larger signs sets a dangerous precedent that goes against the years of planning and public consensus about this very special road. Thank you. And I do have copies of Mayor Barr's letter and Judy's letter if you did not get those electronically.
We have those, thank you. Okay, applicant, if you have 3 minutes to rebut that, if you like. Either one, yes, please come on up.
And again, we're in full support of your effort. And
please speak into the microphone unless you're speaking.
We're in full support of the effort cited by the prior speaker. So it's more a matter of practicality on this particular site. We looked at, we can add multiple sign structures by code along the parkway, as long as we can demonstrate that reduction in clutter from twice that number to half that number. And in this case, the developer has approached us on several occasions about adding additional structures. There is utilities that run the entire length of the property from north to south. If we could get variance sign C back up, please.
Can I interrupt for half a second? You both represent Target or the sign company?
I'm with this Pattison ID. We're the sign company representing Chisholm Trail and Target in this instance.
Both of you, sign company?
No, hi, I'm with Chisholm Trail, the developer. While we're waiting for that, I just would like to, okay, go ahead.
It's just to note the practicality of adding the multiple structures. The code would allow that, but you can notice the perimeter wall and the utilities running the entire length of the property north-south, which is why we picked this particular corner to satisfy the pad user requirement. So that there's a topo element here as well as the setback driven by those easements, and then just the practicality of adding those additional structures. So we felt this would satisfy the concern about reducing the clutter in consideration of the corridor requirements. I just wanted to state that for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just would like to add to that that this is not an auto-oriented development. This is also obviously anchored by Target. And then we do have 12 pad sites up front. Some of them are fast casual restaurants. Some of them are banks. Some of them are medical users. And then we do have the right to we have.
You can finish.
Okay, thanks. So it's not just an auto-oriented use here. And then additionally, just the 35-foot sign that we had originally proposed, that does match what's across the street, across Chisholm Trail, in that development over there.
Okay,
Thank you.
that's what we'll do. Do we have any questions for the applicants?
Yeah.
When we waiting on staff to pull up their request,
Ms. Powell, you have a question?
I was asking, they asked staff to pull up a particular slide.
It's on the screen already.
Okay, so we're not waiting on them.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr.
Yeah,
Johnson.
I have a question for the applicant. Is this sign intended to be lighted?
You can come up to the microphone, please.
Yes, sir.
Are there any particular hours of lighting, or is it lit 24 hours a day?
Speak to store operations. It's a retail operation, so I would guess that it would be turned off at some point, but it's a multi-tenant sign, so there's a number of factors that may dictate that.
Do you know what angle that sign is? Is it facing that residential, or what is the angle of that sign?
It's actually oriented toward, if you can kind of see the pitch of the line, it's pushing, the sight line is out to the north and east, which would be Chisholm Trail Parkway. Chisholm Trail Parkway.
Okay.
So you had some diagrams, version 1, version 2. Can you explain the difference between those? I'm sorry, I got confused.
Sure, I understand.
So what are you showing us in the version 1 versus the version 2?
The photo inlays were more, or the renderings were more just to support talking points relative to the studies that we conducted.
This is option 2.
And not just on our behalf, but obviously Target is.
So this is option 2, and this is I'm asking, does this option incorporate all 3 of these variances?
It does. And matter of fact, just again, for the record, there's only really 2 variances. The non-messaging area, mathematically, we will abide by that through the presentation of the USA exhibit that we've submitted to staff, and along with this Board of Adjustment application.
So when we do any sort of motion, we would just focus on A and B and deny C? That would be fine?
Okay, very well.
If that was the case. Okay, so this picture, option 2, incorporates variance A and B. Go back to option 1, and what is the difference?
The lower rendering is
They're both
from,
okay. So
yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. The option 1, that's the sign that's currently represented in the Eden Whiteside agreement that was executed in February of this year. So what we're representing here is the accommodation we're making by lowering the profile to bring it more into a subordinate context with the building. And this particular photo rendering was conducted from the service road as opposed to the next slide that was from the Chisholm Trail Parkway, the tollway itself.
Okay, I think Tanisha's going to help me understand this also. It's saying not to scale. Yeah. what
It's
is-
to relative scale. Yeah.
Okay,
Okay.
Tanisha, can you just 1 versus 2?
Yes, ma'am, I can explain. The option 1 is a freeway sign, which is a part of the executed sign agreement where there was an error in our GIS mapping system of the scenic corridor. To meet the ordinance, the freeway sign is not allowed, it's prohibited within a scenic corridor. However, the pylon sign is permitted within this area as a part of the unified sign agreement. So option 1 is what the applicant initially proposed. Option 2 is what is before you today, a pylon sign that the pylon sign is permitted by ordinance, and they're requesting the 3 variances.
Okay, so the issue then, as you go back and you look at these from the freeway, you had it from the north and south view on, I guess, the next screen, the option 2.
I don't know if I can control that.
No, I think she's trying to get it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, so is this what we would see if all 3 of these were approved?
That's correct. And on the upper slide, the profile of the building is kind of enlarging that image, which is why we opted for the previous slide, just to put that in proper context. So you see the sign now and then the building behind it.
So is that from the access road?
It is more where that SUV is currently headed. And again, the tenant panels and the size were kind of driven by studies that were conducted where we deemed that, with a 22-inch panel, you have a logo element or text that could be interpreted or readable at a set distance. So these weren't arbitrary calculations by any means. It was just deemed impractical that any smaller panel would be useful.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
I know this is a toll facility. Is there existence of logo boards on the freeway announcing what services are available at the next exit?
What we refer to as like a highway sign?
Yeah.
A DOT?
Yeah, the logo boards that, next stop, these restaurants.
Perhaps those uses are normally restricted to emergency services, pharmacists, fast food, some extended travel, lodging.
When I go down a freeway and it has the brown sign, I guess, or a green sign, it's not a regulatory sign. I thought they were called logo signs. That says, next exit, here are the food, fuel, and retail that is available.
Aren't those signs administered by TxDOT?
They are, but
This is not
I was
TxDOT
just
highway,
curious if
right?
there were, and maybe the opposition knows if those are allowed on Chisholm Trail Parkway.
I haven't seen any. And
Huh?
I said, I haven't seen any of those signs
Oh, they're
and what you're speaking of.
all over the country.
No, I'm talking about on Chisholm Trail. I have a
Okay.
sister that stays out there, the oldest out of 9 of us.
I know we run into those a lot with interstate.
Yeah.
This is a unique state.
The other question I had, and if the staff could flip back to the site plan, showed the location of this sign. USAs are established for 2 reasons. One, to reduce, this one right here. Bloop. Are established to reduce the number of overall signage. It also is to allow off-premise advertising, that you cannot put a sign on another parcel of land that doesn't have that business on it.
That is correct.
And in your discussion, you said by right, you could have put up 14 signs?
If we
So
had
each
not,
lot is allowed a monument sign by right.
Okay,
Now, they would not be able to advertise for each other. They would
Correct.
only be able to advertise for any commercial business on that same lot.
so in this case, if they were not underneath the USA, there could be 2 pylon signs along that eastern boundary.
Not
One-
pylons, only monuments. Pylons only in USA. By right, they could have multiple monument signs depending on their street frontage. And obviously depending on how many tenants they have on that lot.
Okay, so and a monument sign's 12 foot max, right?
8 foot.
8 foot, 12 foot wide. Kinda. Whatever. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a correction. As the applicant stated that variance C is not required, we have reviewed the plans and adjusted the calculations, and variance C is not required. So the applicant only requires variance A and variance B.
Ms. Duffy?
So I have some questions about this unified sign agreement. Is that agreement, so we're in G intensive, we're zone G. So the unified sign agreement is signed between the developer and our economic development department. It's signed, tell me about this unified sign agreement. Who are the parties?
I
It
know
would be-
that contracts management, development services is, the development and development services department are a part of the unified sign agreement. I'm not sure if any other.
So can they make a unified sign agreement outside of the zoning code without our approval first? Can they sign that agreement without getting a?
So if all signage and everything within the unified sign agreement is consistent with the ordinance, yes, this USA can be executed without the Board of Adjustments approval. It's just that this sign does not meet all the standards of the zoning, of the sign ordinance, so it's
But
before
he's
you
saying
today.
it does meet the USA, the sign agreement.
So pylon signs are allowed to advertise multi-tenant, but this pylon sign in question does not meet all the standards of the zoning ordinance. So variance A and B would need to be, if the board decides to approve variance A and B, this sign will be added to the unified sign agreement.
and if I may, when we were before the board, prior to the execution of the unified sign agreement, we had to have a variance approved for the sign separation for the sign that's shown in the lower right-hand corner because of a culvert or some kind of obstruction.
So
We
you
were
already
only
have
able to
one
meet
sign
it.
variance.
We had to have that variance approved for placement of that sign. So the variance process kind of drives the USA process. So there is a board action that was taken in that case, but in this case, it was deemed that a board action would be needed because of the 2 different elements, the square footage and the width of the sign.
But underneath the USA, which is pretty much administrative task, each sign is still required to have a building permit, correct?
Correct.
That
So
is
that's-
correct.
That's where these things kind of get hung up in. They're not in compliance with the ordinance, even though there might be a USA already signed and agreed to. It doesn't hold more power than the sign ordinance.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Mr. Garza.
It's my understanding that there's a modicum of compromise you've already made in coming before us. You say that you can have more signs by right. Is that correct? Am I understanding that right?
They could potentially, yes, have more signs by right, basically a minimum of one monument sign per lot.
And you're not executing that?
No, they reduced their signage.
All right, and you see how that's beneficial? I want to ask the question to the young lady the opposition. There is a compromise and less signage. So this compromise and we extending the width is kind of, I think it's a fair ask, what they're asking us to do. Otherwise, by right, they can have much more signs. It's not more beautiful, it's more signs.
So I have a question. Oh, I'm
But
sorry.
would you like to speak? You can use that microphone over there, or you can share the mic.
Just a brief response. The signs they would be allowed would be much smaller than the signs that they have proposed. The signs that they would be allowed by right would only be 8 feet tall and 12 feet wide. So they would end up with a bunch of tiny signs that would have much less visibility than the pylon sign. I don't have a pointer, but there's a pylon sign, I think it's the second one from the left, that's actually quite large and has multiple users on it. So it's much more visible. They would much prefer to have these multi-signs that are larger in a unified sign agreement than a whole bunch of tiny signs. So I think it's to their advantage they use the USA. You know, I am in favor of the USA. It's fewer signs than the little tiny ones, and I think they're more effective for the commercial development.
8 by 12, I wouldn't consider that tiny at all.
So they're actually allowed 8 by 16.
But they've got taller ones that are currently proposed that are more visible.
But you see, there's a compromise here that they're trying to make.
I think USAs are standard for all shopping centers. That's what you're going to see. You're not going to see anybody with a big shopping center adopt tiny signs, so I would not call it a compromise.
We can defer on that.
Okay. Any other questions? Let me just make a quick announcement. We're going to have a break at around noon, a little after noon. We'll go on a lunch break for about an hour. So if you guys are further down the line, just know that we won't get to you before lunch. Thank you.
I just want to make
What's that?
30-minute break.
30-minute break. Okay, so we don't know exactly when that's going to happen, but it's going to happen after this case. So keep that in mind.
I just wanted to make sure it's clear on record. USA is saying 8 by 12. Staff said is by right they have 8 by 16 for the signage. So in regard to
That's the regular ordinance.
in regard to what Mr. I'm trying to think of your name.
Riley.
Mr. Riley. Mr. Riley and
Garza?
yes, it's saying I think the compromising and all the consideration that has been taken in benefits what the applicant is trying to do and work with the community as a whole. I can support this.
Okay, we need to close the public hearing and open up for.
Yes, go ahead.
Do we have any more questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll close the public hearing and open this up for discussion.
So I have a question. I guess it's for legal. I'm not sure. If this was approved, and I think I understood that if it was approved, does the applicant still have the right to put the other signs up that they're allowed by right?
So they have the sign agreement. These would become part of the sign agreement.
I'm sorry? It was on.
Can you hear me? Yeah, so these would become part of the sign agreement that they already have.
So no other signs would be allowed facing Chisholm Trail Parkway?
No, that's not part of the sign agreement currently.
So, and signs that are on McPherson We're not looking at those at all, but I'm assuming that there's some signage there and that it totally fits within the
Correct. And that
requirements.
They do not need any variances for those, correct?
Okay.
Where is,
I'd like to ask staff, if you can go back to that site plan again. Is there another pylon sign on this site?
No, there is not. These signs that are shown to the bottom, those are all monuments.
Thank you.
Wait, I'm sorry. There may be one along McPherson.
I thought the opposition testimony indicated that there was one.
Yes, I believe there's one more.
That second one from the left is a pylon sign.
There would not be another pylon sign on this lot.
But on the development, there is.
Yes, one more.
I mean, I'll cut to the chase. I will not be able to support this since it is a scenic corridor. They can put up their sign 20 foot tall. The width becomes an issue that's self-imposed in my mind. Also, the maximum advertised, they could do that at 200 feet, 200 square feet, and the separate businesses that they're going to put up there on that sign would be smaller, but I will not be able to support it, even though there was a USA, and USA still require that you get building permits, sign permits. And all the work that's been done dates
Just for-
back to the 1980s for us, this being a parkway.
And just a bit of clarification, the two variances on your screen are the variances requested by the applicant at this time.
But they can do this with the maximum width being 12 foot and a maximum advertised message of 200 square feet.
So again, for staff, did you guys look at a sign that meets the requirements to see what it looked like? Was that presented to you at all? So I guess it would be squishing everything. Did you?
So as it relates to the Board of Adjustments case, we reviewed the sign that the applicant requested, and the two variances are what we have.
Yeah, because I like the idea of decreasing the height.
So the height complies with the zoning ordinance.
Variance for that.
Oh,
The two variances are related to the sign exceeding the permitted sign width, and the sign exceeding the permitted advertised message area.
We've seen some of these signs are sometimes 60% bigger. What we're talking about here is 26% bigger.
have
I'm
you
okay
driven
with
down Chisholm Trail Parkway? It's really pretty. It's really relaxing, and I think some of that is.
so, is that a yes?
Oh, yes, yes, please.
So, this is a rough case because I do think Chisholm Trail Parkway is a special spot in Fort Worth, and I do think an awful lot of planning has gone into keeping it that way. And I think most people can find a target on Google Maps. But and in the 4 years I've been on this board so far, we haven't got, Bill Barr has never written in on a case before. So that's an interesting designation. On the other hand, I really am not understanding how we've signed our economic development department signed an agreement for something that's not a zoning court. I feel like that needs to be remedied. How can we make an agreement with someone and then say your agreement doesn't work?
The Development Services Department signed the agreement with the developer. The executed USA has to be amended, and pending board's decision, that amendment will be submitted and reviewed.
I just think that somebody needs to decide what overrules what. Like, does an economic development agreement, can it go over zoning court? And in that case, why doesn't it meet the zoning ordinance?
This isn't an economic development agreement. It's a unified sign agreement under the zoning ordinance. And so, yeah, it doesn't have anything to do with economic development or incentives.
Oh.
So we understand if we say no, they can by right build a sign. That still qualifies. And if we extend this, there's really no compromise that I see happening. So if that is the case, I'd like to make a motion.
Wait. I don't understand what you just said at all, but I'd like to hear what Mr. Harrell has to say.
I'd like to hear what Mr. Harrell said.
Hi, I'm DJ Harrell, Director of Development Services. And I think there was a lot of talk about the Unified Sign Agreement. You're right in that the Unified Sign Agreement and the zoning ordinance review with the sign permit are two different actions. However, as was suggested, we're looking at ways to streamline to better have the two groups which are both in development services work together. So when the Unified Sign Agreement comes in, we make sure that we apply the sign development standards to it before we sign the contract. But either way, each time, whether it's in the contract or not, the sign ordinance prevails. So you would still have to do that second step. One other thing that I'd like to add, that no matter what action you take today, the Unified Sign Agreement would need to be amended to match whatever decision this body makes. Thank you.
Yeah, and one clarification, Mr. Garza, you mentioned that it could be built by right if it's not approved. Just to remember, the pylon sign is only part of the Unified Sign Agreement, so you could not build the pylon sign by right.
If we say no, we just reduce the size of their sign.
We just reduce what?
The size of their pylon sign.
Correct.
They're still going to have a sign. It's going to be smaller. 26% smaller.
Right, and I'll just add on while I'm talking. I'm not sure if we've seen what the hardship is today.
For me, that's 26% less light pollution bleeding over into the apartments that are right behind it. So that's kind of a concern for me, you know.
So with that, I'd like to make a motion.
Before the motion is made, Mr. Separation here would like to see if we can have each of these considered separately.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion for BAC-26-013 to be voted on separately, variance A and variance B, as written.
To approve or deny? You would like to approve or?
Approve.
Okay.
As written, separately.
Do we have a second?
Second.
I don't know. Okay. Freed? Okay. Okay, we have a motion for case BAC-26-013 to approve the request, to approve the variance A and B as requested by the applicant. We will vote on them separately. Variance A, roll call. Board Member Deborah Freed.
Deny.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
No.
Board Member Bob Riley.
No.
Board Member James Hook.
No.
Board Member Sandra King.
No.
Board Member Eric Arteaga.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
No.
Board Member Jared Wilson.
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion to approve variance A fails. Motion for, roll call for variance B. Board Member Deborah Freed.
To approve, deny.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
No.
Board Member Bob Riley.
No.
That's a no from Board Member Bob Riley.
No.
Board Member James Hook.
No.
Board Member Sandra King.
No.
Board Member Eric Artiaga.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
No.
Board Member Jared Wilson.
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion to approve variance B fails. Variance C has been administratively withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. We are going to take a 30-minute lunch break. We'll be back here at 12:45, so we'll see you back soon. Thank you. Well, it's something you have to talk to Tristan too, because that has to be relayed to Danny, and that's how he does his billing and all that
It's a
stuff.
spot.
So it really needs to be a bigger discussion than what I would like. But I know the names we have now are ones that we work through to differentiate the different calibers. But we don't have colors, so that's definitely something we need to consider. No, I'm cool with whatever, but we'll have to update all of our. Yeah, and probably also marketing materials, right? Because isn't that the way the first column is reading? Wild 556 D.
hate getting new phones. Mm. Yeah, it's a lot to it. It is.
You would know you weren't born here, right?
Right, even though I didn't know that it wasn't a four.
Was that space there for digital copy? Does that look like it's 25% or less of 25%?
Tim O'Hare says second term would be his last as Tarrant County judge. Tarrant County Judge Tim O'Hare said if he's elected to a second term,
Because it passes for everything. Once we approve something, it's permanent.
I know.
You know, during the pandemic, I walked up and down that river. You could have been, that, I mean, that was some pretty serious. Oh, you could have been really hurt.
No, I'm the one that goes up and says, why are you having all this trouble? Because what happens is once somebody starts putting all this stuff.
A week early.
No, our bulk trash is the last week of the month. And they'll start putting their stuff out as soon as the other stuff comes.
Yes, they will.
And they'll get, it's things like for example, they order stuff from Target delivered, it's in a box. Instead of tearing down the box, they just put the box down the front door.
All right. Put it,
What's wrong with that?
tear it down and put it.
Or what's wrong with it?
Work at all. They go.
Does it charge though?
That's my job at night, to break up boxes.
But your cable is charging, correct? I was about to say, you can use mine.
It just won't stay charged.
Gotcha. Because I got an extra charge if you want to try mine.
I may bring it up here next time. It is
I don't know if you can get it through the security. But I would like to know it.
it's like a little bitty.
Longest I've had is 8.
Huh?
Longest I've ever had one is 8.
I've seen that.
I'm not really
And they just.
that type of person to buy the newest phone that comes out every year.
But I also saw.
I'm not the type of, I'd rather pushing it.
Oh, yeah.
The only reason I would exchange it was if it's cracked or something damaged. But I mean, as long as it calls, texts us, takes pictures, and opens up documents. Nowadays, like everything, society has just turned everything like that.
Sometimes. Did you get hail where you live yesterday?
No, I didn't.
Oh, we got some good around here.
No, I was out in Arlington when it rained. When it started raining. remember everybody's name. Cause, let me see what it's. That's Ron. Sergio Garza. Sergio. When we was coming in this morning, he said they had just gotten out of hell. Where he said,
I know you want to talk, but
yeah, a lot of people. Six, that's three right there. 3, 5.
had a lot of rain yesterday. Did you get any rain yesterday? Big storm come through. I was in Mansfield. It was coming up hard.
It's fine. He's in the room.
Okay, we're calling the meeting back to order. Nope. Okay, 1 second, please.
Missing Bob.
Bob's not coming back.
Technical difficulties.
Bob's not coming back.
Please give us 1 second to sort out technical difficulties.
Okay, thank you for your patience. Welcome back to the Board of Adjustment meeting for May the 20th, 2026. Our next case will be BAC 26014, and staff will present that.
The next case is BAC-26-014, located at 5400 Brentwood Stair Road. The property owner is NMP Trading Incorporated, and the applicant is Shamin Mohammed Naeem, and the property is zoned E, Neighborhood Commercial District. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow a freeway sign with electronic changeable copy in a commercial zoning district near the northwest corner of the property. The subject property is a 16,886 square foot corner lot located south of Brentwood Stair Road, south of Interstate 30, and east of Wheeler Boulevard. The site slopes approximately 3% from the northwest portion of the property toward the southwest. Staff notes that the property does not contain mature trees and is not located within a regulated floodplain. The site is zoned E, Neighborhood Commercial, and is currently developed as a gas station. Staff notes the following lot history: ES 26-00300 sign permit awaiting client response as of March 13, 2026, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting approval for an electronic changeable copy freeway sign located near the northwest corner of the property. Section 6.411A allows ECC signs to be a special exception within commercial zoning districts, provided the property is not located within the Chisholm Trail Parkway scenic corridor. When considering the request, the board is directed to evaluate the presence of other ECC signs in the vicinity, visibility from residential district, the classification of adjacent roadways, and proximity to the scenic corridors or scenic areas. Staff notes that there is no other electronic changeable copy signs located in the immediate vicinity. Adjacent properties to the east are zoned E, Neighborhood Commercial, and DR, Neighborhood Commercial Restricted, and residential uses are located southeast of the property. Brentwood Stair Road is classified by the Master Thoroughfare Plan as a neighborhood connector. The property is located within the I-30 East Freeway Scenic Corridor. The proposed sign is located approximately 7 feet from the northern property line along Brentwood Stair Road and approximately 15.3 feet from the western property line along Wheeler Boulevard. The proposed freeway sign contains approximately 76.43 square feet of total sign area. The ECC portion of the sign measures approximately 7.21 square feet, resulting in approximately 19.81% of the sign face being devoted to electronic changeable copy, where a maximum of 25% is permitted. The minimum required non-advertised message area for the sign is approximately 9.10 square feet. The applicant is proposing approximately 42.29 square feet of non-advertised message area, which complies with the ordinance requirements. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Okay, we will move to the public hearing. Open up the public hearing. If you'll come to the front before your name is called, please. So if you know your case is coming up, please come to the front row. Yeah, if you'll come on up and introduce yourself. Yes, come to this microphone here. Give us your name and your address. And any opposition, please come on up.
Good afternoon, board. My name is Shamin Mohammed. Address
Turn the mic into right into your face. There you go.
Yeah. My name is Shamin Mohammed. I'm 5400 Brentwood Stair Road, representing this owner of this property. Requesting to get a digital sign and change it from this old traditional sign. I guess as the prices changes all the time, so requesting to put a digital one, make it more easier and convenient for us.
Okay, sounds good. Anything else you want to add?
No, sir.
Okay, is there anybody else here to speak in favor? Any opposition? Okay, well, we will may have some questions for you, so just hang tight. We'll open it up for questions. Any questions? Okay, we will close the public portion of this hearing and then open it up for board discussion. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think this one's pretty straightforward for us.
Agree. If somebody wants to make a motion, we can do it.
I'll move to approve BAC 260014.
I'll second.
Second.
Deborah won the race just by hair.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve case BAC-26-014 as requested by the applicant. The motion made by Board Member Jared Wilson and second by Board Member Deborah Freed. Roll call, Board Member Deborah Freed.
Approve.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member, James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Arteaga.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jared Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Costa.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, sir. Okay, next case is BAR 26031, and staff will present that.
The next case is BAR-26-031, located at 1406 Thomas Place. The property owners are Dietrich and Madison Davis, and the applicant is Wade G. Chappell. The property is zoned A-5, one-family district. The applicant is requesting a variance to the one-family A-5 district development standards, requiring a minimum 5-foot side yard setback in order to allow a non-habitable accessory structure, specifically a detached carport, to encroach into the required side yard setback along the southern property line. The required minimum side yard setback is 5 feet, and the applicant has requested a side yard setback of 0 feet. The subject property is a 15,625 square foot lot located within an established residential neighborhood. The property is relatively flat and was platted with alley access. Several mature trees are located within both the front and rear yards, and staff notes that the property is not located within a regulated floodplain. There are no additional environmental constraints associated with the property, and according to Tarrant Appraisal District records, the primary structure was constructed in 1932. An existing garage is currently located approximately 1 foot within the required side yard setback and approximately 1 foot 6 inches within the required rear yard setback. Staff notes the following lot history. BA 1993-026, Board of Adjustments variance approved to permit construction of a garage and guest house within a 1.5 foot rear yard setback and a 1 foot side yard setback. The applicant is requesting approval to construct a detached carport with the southwest portion of the lot. The proposed carport measures approximately 13 feet 4.5 inches wide by 24 feet in length and approximately 11 feet in height. The applicant is requesting a 0-foot side yard setback along the southern property line, resulting in a setback deficiency of 5 feet from the required minimum side yard setback. Staff notes that the current lot coverage on the property is approximately 28.8%, where a maximum lot coverage of 50% is permitted. If approved, the proposed carport would increase the total lot coverage to approximately 30.8%, which remains compliant with the maximum lot coverage requirement. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. The applicant is required to comply with all applicable building code regulations, including fire resistance rated construction requirements. The proposal must comply with all other applicable development regulations. And this concludes staff presentation. I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions? Okay, if the applicant would please come on up. And also, if you are BAR 26031, come on up to the front so we know you're here. Go ahead and state your name.
Mr. Chair, fellow board members. My name is Wade Chappell. I reside at 6329 Klamath Road in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm here representing Dietrich and Madison Davis, who reside at 1406 Thomas Place. As presented by staff, we're requesting variance to build a carport in front of an existing garage. The home was originally built in 1932, and the literal enforcement of the code would place the pylons or the corner columns in front of the open door access to the garage, thereby imposing a non-self-imposed hardship due to the nature of the pre-existing variance, and this would be in alignment with that original concept. The Davises have a young family. They purchased the home in 2022 from Rainey Steves, following the replat in 1993, which is consistent with the zoning case. It's been quite a while since this as a concept would have been thought by the previous owners who owned it for 40 years, but the design, if we could go to the forward-facing renderings. Although the garage is only 1 foot, I forget how you described it, it either has 1 foot left in the easement or if it's 1 foot into the easement, because of the aesthetic design, the client wants to wrap around with brick to be inconsistent not only with the home but with the neighborhood, pushes us all the way into the full 5-foot side yard variance. There's no real wiggle room unless we just went with bare metal, which would not be in keeping with the home or the neighborhood. So they do have a young family. They've got 3 kids. They're going to be expecting more cars in the future. Plus, as we experienced yesterday, it does hail in Texas. He works in livestock. He has large vehicles. So we'd love to be able to provide them with more coverage for their kids to play in, but also protect their vehicles anytime that they need it. I'm here to answer any questions. The builder as well as the property owner are here for questions as well.
Thank you. Anybody here in support? Anybody here in opposition? Okay, we will open it up to questions from the board. Any questions from the board? Applicant? Mr. Johnson.
Yes, thank you. From this elevation, it appears that there's a structure on the garage that's outside of the garage door. See what I'm talking about? It has a light on it.
Yes, at the very front or
Right.
on the garage?
On the garage. And then it appears that the supporting structure of the carport is the right of that garage.
Can you speak into the microphone, please?
I'm sorry. And it appears that the supporting structure for the carport is to the right or outside of the supporting structure for the garage. And my question is, why couldn't they just line up?
This was asked for by staff late in the application process, and I'm going to defer to the builder, but I do not believe this is a scaled drawing from right to left. It doesn't show necessarily how the columns line up with the edge of the building. So I believe that there's some overlap. It's not complete.
Well, it looks like from this drawing that the structure of the the carport could line up with the garage.
That's the intent that we're going for, yes, sir. Is this, I'm not doing a very good job describing it, but the intent is that the new columns will overlap with the the side edge of the garage, so it would be a straight line.
Does staff help him draw that on the monitor?
Or is there a top-down view that shows where the garage structure is and where the columns are?
Yes, in the previous. Right. So you're asking if this structure is to the right of this structure, is that correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you can go, how do I clear? Oop, that's.
Eraser.
Go to the previous slide, the overhead site plan. So this is the corner in question where the light fixture is on the garage, and the intent is the columns will be slightly offset outside the garage, but not overlapping in front of the garage door. So the appearance that they're much further to the right is inaccurate. They're going to be in line with the garage.
Well, I'm not seeing it. It looks to me like the right side of the carport could line up with the garage and not be a zero side setback.
I see your point, sir. And because they're going to wrap it in brick to match the aesthetics of the home and the garage, that's where we get in the pushed out width. If it was just like a 4x4 steel beam, we could do that. But because they want to wrap it in brick, it needs to move over a little bit to the right.
Still not seeing it, but I appreciate your response.
Trey Harden, 3114 West Cliff Road West, Fort Worth, Texas. I believe the overhang is maybe subject to the setback as well. So I don't remember the exact dimensions, but once we move that column over, it would actually interfere with the door. I think there's like 13 inches on the side of the garage and maybe 20-something inches of actual column. So it would impede the garage door. I'm trying to pull up the drawings right now.
I think to his point, though, is if it lines up, does that then take the setback to 0 feet? If those columns are, and I don't know the width of those columns. I don't see it. It may be in there though. Or how, what is to make it minimally invasive on the setback, I think is really the point that I think he's trying to get to.
Right, and I think we're right at it right now. I think it's going to require that entire foot in order to not have a column in the middle of the garage door.
So I guess this questioning is when I go to the next step, is that if the garage roof goes all the way to the lot, then what is being put in place to avoid rain going off into the neighbor's lot?
I imagine we'll have to have a gutter on that side.
Yeah.
James.
So what is the setback of
Yeah,
the side setback right now of the existing garage? Wasn't it 1 foot something? 1.5.
I believe it's 1.6.
Ms. Duffy?
I have a couple of questions. One question might be staff, I don't know, but maybe you guys know it. The existing variance was granted when?
2011.
Okay. And that's for 1.5 feet on that side?
Yes, for the garage.
And then what is on the other side of that white wall? It appears to me to be an empty property, an empty lot?
Yes, ma'am. It's an empty lot owned by the adjacent neighbor, Mr. Bailey. On the other side, I guess it'd be the north side of the lot.
So,
We have their full support. I think they signed the petition.
they signed your petition?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So their intention is not to sell that lot?
That's correct.
Anything else you want to tell us about that lot? No?
No, ma'am.
Have any idea how long he's been the owner of it?
Probably most of his life. He's a fixture in the neighborhood. The lot itself has a lot of generational trees. Actually, the original application was for an overall height of 13.5 feet with a pitch, and the client decided to go with a flat roof, which lowered the overall profile to 11 feet, so it would be less intrusive on the neighborhood. So we don't believe that it will pose any sort of a sightline embarrassment for the neighborhoods. Nobody's concerned about it being a detriment to their property values. We have full support from all affected neighbors, most affected, and also up and down the street.
Quick question. The white brick wall fence, that is the divider between the two properties?
Yes, sir.
And it does already have columns in it at certain intervals?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Okay. Do those, the columns you're proposing, do they exceed those columns that are on that existing fence?
Yes, sir. They'll be taller.
But do they push out further on the other side of the fence?
No, sir.
Okay, so that tells me that it's at least on the inside of the fence.
Yes, sir.
The drawing is a little misrepresentative. I'd like to see more of a aerial, top view, but I get where you're going. Thanks. Any other questions?
I have a question. Is it correct in my assumption that you are removing the entire side yard?
Yes, ma'am. Currently, where the columns are proposed is that brick wall that are currently in that space.
And is there the potential or the existence of an encroachment issue?
Nothing over the property line, no ma'am. Since it's a flat roof design, there won't be an overhang. It'll be a gutter system either pitched to the front or the rear. I'm not sure how it's oriented.
Well, I can also mention, I believe that the architect, since we've since received drawings from the architect, full set of drawings, the pitch is going to actually pitch towards the Davis's property, so it won't be carried over to the neighbor.
Go ahead.
Would you be willing to change your design to make your right support beam be flush with the outside wall of the garage? It's not looking good.
I think that would, in order to do a structural brick column, that would put us in the garage door, in front of the garage door, to where they wouldn't be able to pass with a car.
I think we have a problem with the graphic. The drawing looks off. It looks like the pillar is not aligned with that column, and it's very hard to imagine what you're saying based off what we're seeing.
So I think, and this is a question, I think the columns for the carport are of the same dimensions in length and width, not talking height, length and width, as the other columns in the brick barrier already. Is that true or not?
I don't believe that's true. I believe they would actually project further in towards the garage door. Again, I agree, this isn't probably the best representation. We were kind of in a scramble to get this provided for you guys.
Yeah. So, but in terms of projection towards the neighbor, is it of similar design on that side?
Yes, sir.
Are the columns tied into the fence? It looks in this drawing if they're tied into the fence, or do they set on the inside of the fence?
They will be tied into the fence structure. However, again, I think because of the perspective of this rendering, it's not showing that this column actually protrudes into the yard.
So 6 or 8 inches of these columns will be on top, basically, of the wall, correct? Of the masonry fence, I assume?
Yes, sir. So it'll stay on the outside, on the neighboring property, it'll stay the same as it is now. On the Davis's property, it'll actually project closer into where it shows the garage side right there next to the door, that little portion where it's got the light that Mr. Johnston was referring to. So again, this rendering is not really showing that line that pulls the column in closer towards that garage door.
Okay.
All right, my, I guess, discomfort is while the current owner is okay, and this is all speculative, what then could arise from this particular design if approved with a new owner.
On the neighboring
And ma-
property or the?
Yeah, and maybe that's the question for us.
Just keep in mind, they already have a variance for the 0 foot on the garage already established.
Foot and a half.
0 foot.
The notes in our record show that they have a variance in March 16, 2011 for a 0 foot side yard setback and a 0 foot rear yard setback. Well, that variance was specific to the garage, and this is for the carport.
Another 20 feet of variance, I would assume, along that fence line.
I have a question. So,
So they have a variance of 0 feet, but this shows that they have 1.6 on the north wall and 1 point. They chose not to go 0.
Yes. So the variance is for 0 foot, but I guess they decided to build their garage not exactly at the 0 foot.
Did they replace a pre-existing building there at the time?
I don't.
The 2011?
I think the applicant has.
I believe probably the issue was with the overhang of the old garage. I imagine the overhang actually extends to the property line where the building is 1'6" off of the property line.
In the drawing, there is a dotted black line. What is that? Is that the rooftop?
Which drawing?
We go back one page.
There's only one drawing from the top, from the top view.
Forward one page.
Top, yeah, that one there. There is a dotted black line. What is that?
I think that's just showing the area of work. Maybe he's got the dimension there of 0 foot showing the lot line. I'm not sure what the remainder of that line
Not a roof.
indicates. I'm sorry? No, sir. I could also possibly answer Mrs. King's question. I know I'm 48 years old, and I know that the owner of that property next door has lived there for as long as I know. I would imagine that would be a generational home for his children as well. So I don't know that the possibility of that lot transacting is probably high.
Any other questions for the applicant?
just looking for clarification. If y'all can go back to the rendering, please. Okay, so the columns on the right, those are gonna be, are those already built in place with the fence, or?
No, sir. We would have to reconstruct part of the fence to put in the foundation.
But the footing of the columns would be exactly where the fence is, correct?
On the neighboring property, yes, sir.
Okay, so you wouldn't be encroaching the neighboring property?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
There's no overhang.
No, sir. It would basically be in line with the existing structure of the garage.
Got it.
Gotcha.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll close the public portion of this hearing and we'll open it up to questions among ourselves, our conversation. Thank you.
Thank you.
As long as the, what they're wanting to build is in line with what's already there, I have no trouble supporting this. But if it looks like it's moving over, and we would like clarification. I mean, the designs that they're providing us show that it's moving the roof line out. Not the roof line, but where the columns are. So maybe we just give them the benefit of the doubt to see if they give us better drawings or.
Emily, can you turn Mr. Johnston's mic on?
Okay, can you hear me? Oh, good, okay. There's a lot of people in the world who would love to have your power to turn my voice off. But I would inquire as to whether the applicant would like to come back and see us to do this as a continuance, come back with drawings that are accurate so that we could, because apparently, from what I understand, that these drawings are either they're misleading or not accurate or something, that because it seems to me like that it certainly, this carport certainly extends out to the right of the column on the garage.
The way it appears to me is that if it goes to 0, then my sole concern is drainage. I mean, I'm just know of situations where the carport's built right on the line and it causes an issue for the neighbors, and once it's approved, it becomes a civil issue and it becomes messy, very messy.
There's one more variable. There's only 10 of us,
Yes.
not 11.
Understood.
So 2 no's is a no.
Understood. In answering the questions from staff, we didn't have the drawings in the actual final drawings submitted to us yet. So when we were asked to provide a rendering showing the total height, that's where this came from within 12 hours. So I understand that it may feel misleading. While we don't want to wait 30 days, we will be happy to supply plans and come back for a continuance.
Do we have openings next month?
If it doesn't seem like the request will change, so if it's just them submitting drawings, then yes, we'll accept it to bring them back next month.
Would you be open to a continuance?
Yes, sir. We want this to be done right. We want y'all to be happy that we're doing the right things.
And maybe please address the water issues too. How are you going to deal with the water?
Happy to.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, I don't know if we could keep things from stopping if we approved it to half a foot or something like that. I'm just looking at, if you're okay with coming back, fine, but if there's a way to keep from you having to come back and us having to do it again.
Are you okay with the water issue?
If it's six inches,
Or the water issue, the drainage issue?
that's, I'm saying, if you change the setback to 6 inches instead of 0.
What? I don't mean to interrupt you, but I think if we were to grant that, let's just say a foot or 6 inches, right now, based on this rendering, what I'm understanding is that the columns, the footings, will be integrated into the current fence, if I'm not mistaken. And if we were to grant a 6 inch or a foot or whatever, then the footings would be inside the property line, correct?
That's correct.
And they wouldn't be integrated into the fence, how y'all are proposing. Okay, so pretty much.
I mean, I think from an aesthetic standpoint, you do want it integrated into the fence. I mean, I think otherwise it kind of looks weird. You have these, I mean, maybe not, I don't know. It's not my house also. I can be in support either way, but, I hate wasting time of our citizens.
And then we could make amendments for them to put in a gutter to suffice the water issue. You'd be, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I think to your point, we got to make sure it's non-injurious to the neighbor, regardless of whether the neighbor is a good friend today or not, right? It's our responsibility to protect them.
So I just want clarity. What I'm hearing right now amongst the board is that, because Ms. Freeman, your concern was, one, about the water, two, seeing possibly what we can do for, versus having them to come back. Is that correct?
And the problem is it's not looking good. So what we don't want to do is set them back 2 years.
Yeah.
There's only 10 of us today.
Where did Mr. Riley go?
He's out for the day.
And this is Johnston again. It seems to me like the brick wall could be incorporated with the carport columns by just having if you move the columns in, according to this elevation, the brick could be on the right side of the carport column instead of on the left side. But again, we're dealing with apparently with drawings that don't accurately reflect what the proposal is. And I would feel a lot more comfortable in having accurate, drawings that that fairly depict what it is that you're intending.
But still, 0 inches is 0 inches,
That's correct.
no matter, and if the roof line is aligned to the pillars, which of course it will be,
Yeah. I think once we give a 0 setback, he can't encroach into the neighbor, right? So that's off the table, whether that is happening or not.
yeah, it is encroaching from a water standpoint.
It is, right, from a water standpoint. And we got to make sure that is non-injurious.
Well, and maybe, did I understand that there's already a variance or a 0 side setback on this property?
Yes, for the garage.
That's for the garage.
Also, whatever plans he
zeros
proposes,
is-
he'll have to get approval for those anyway. That'll go through development, right?
We're confident enough to make them. It's not going to be detrimental to and I'll make a motion, but.
If any structural alterations are made, if gutter system is added, it wouldn't be allowed to encroach into the neighbor's property. So whatever they do will have to be on their property, and if they're asking for 0, whatever it is has to be at 0 on their side and not extend into the neighbor's property.
What do you think, Mr. Johnson?
I think we got to continue. Oh, sorry.
They've got the way it's, at least the way the drawing is, they've got a slope going away from the neighbor's property of 4 inches over however many feet that is. In a huge rainstorm, I don't know, I'm not a water expert, but I don't know whether that's enough slope to not have water go back onto the neighbor's property. If we can get this on next month's agenda, I'd prefer to come back to it. That's just me.
I think
It's up to you. We can try to push this till next month, or
We want the project to go forward, so we'd prefer to get a yes, even if it's 30 days from now.
Right. You've heard the comments, so I think it's.
Yes.
Doesn't guarantee you a yes. 3 days from now.
I
It's
think
time to satisfy the doubts. I served for 6 years on the Board of Adjustment residential, so I understand everything that you guys are going through, and thoroughness needs to be done correctly. But drawings are, I don't believe, a requirement for the application. We submitted all the information that was required. Apologies for the bad drawing, but we'll be happy to get you accurate information.
so. I can be in support of this because I understand what you are wanting to do, but I think for the rest of the board, a continuance might be your best option as of now. And I think in 30 days, just to bring a couple more drawings, if you know how the columns would be, where they would be placed, just for better understanding, I think that would be the best option. That way the project can proceed forward.
Thank you. Okay, is anybody open for a motion?
This is Johnston. I move that BR 26031 be continued from this month's meeting and be replaced on the agenda for the next month's meeting in June.
I second that.
There's a second.
Okay, we have a motion to continue case BAR-26-031 to next month's meeting. Motion made by Board Member Michael Johnston and second by Board Member Eric Arteaga. Roll call, Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
Yes.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King,
Yes.
Board Member Eric Arteaga,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jared Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. We'll see you next month.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
To the applicant, I think the biggest thing, if y'all can provide just where the footing's actually gonna go with where the boundary line is of the property, I think that's what's gonna ultimately, help us out, understand better exactly how it's gonna play out.
Which would align with the roof line, yes? Okay.
Is the applicant for BAR 26032 here? Okay, please come on up. Staff will give us the report, and then you can speak.
The next case is BAR-26-027, located at 2103 North Houston Street. The property owners are Victor and Anita Guerreri, and the applicant is Anita Guerreri. The property is zoned A-5, one family district. The applicant is requesting a variance to the one family A-5 district development standards, requesting a minimum 5-foot side yard setback in order to allow a non-habitable accessory structure, specifically a detached carport, to encroach into the required side yard setback along the southern property line. The required minimum side yard setback is 5 feet, and the applicant has requested a side yard setback of 8 inches. The subject property is a 7,000 square foot lot located within an established residential neighborhood. The property is relatively flat and was platted with alley access. Several mature trees are located within both the front and rear yard, and staff notes that the property is not located within a regulated floodplain. There are no additional environmental constraints associated with the property, and according to Tarrant Appraisal District records, the primary structure was constructed in 1922. Staff notes the following lot history. CC 26-00385, code compliance case for the construction of a metal carport without permits, issued March 20th of 2026, and PB 26-04157, residential accessory, new permit for a carport, awaiting client response as of April 3rd, 2026, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is requesting approval for an existing detached carport located along the southern portion of the property. The carport measures approximately 13 feet 6 inches wide by 32 feet in length and approximately 8 feet 3 inches in height. The structure contains approximately 432 square feet in area. The applicant is requesting an 8-inch side yard setback along the property line, resulting in a setback deficiency of approximately 4 feet 4 inches from the required minimum 5-yard side yard setback. Staff notes that the current lot coverage on the property is approximately 34.85%, where a maximum lot coverage of 50% is permitted. These are the regulations that pertains to the case. And the applicant is required to comply with all applicable building code regulations, including fire resistant rating construction requirements. The proposal must also comply with all other applicable development regulations. This concludes staff presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions of staff? Okay, the applicant, you can come on up if you'd like. Please give us your name, your address. You have 7 minutes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Anita Garay, and I live at 2103 North Houston. And I'm just asking, when the reason I want the carport, wanted the carport, was because on my driveway, it used to be a gravel driveway. Well, I fell down on that gravel driveway and I broke my wrist and had to carry the big old thing. So I got kind of scared. And so then I was recuperating from all of this. And I asked for, a man came by and asked if I wanted I needed a driveway. Well, sure I did, because I had fallen and I was scared. So what I told him, yes, that I wanted the driveway. So he told me he was going to do me the whole driveway. And I said, okay. And he quoted me, a price for about $16,000. That's what he said. That's what he said. So I don't know any of this stuff about concrete or anything that I need to know, that I was supposed to know. I was just kind of scared to walk out on my driveway. So at that time, I also asked him if he could put me a carport because the sun is so brutal and it just lays like right on top of my driveway. So every time I would get in my car, it would be so hot, so hot. So those were the reasons why I was asking for this. Well, I had been going to the doctor all this time, and I was in therapy, and I would go to therapy 2 times a week, because that's what the doctor wanted. But he wanted 3, but I could only do 2. And so in between going to the doctor and going through this, I told him to go ahead. He said that, and he says, well, I need at least $3,000 so I can get permits. This is what he told me, the man that was going to do the driveway. So I gave him the money, not knowing what went into going through all of this. I gave him the money thinking that he was going to get me the permits. Well, he waited a month, and I would ask him, I said, how did the permits come? He says, oh, yes, they keep telling me that, that it'll take a little while, but I'll get it. And so finally, about a month after that, he came back and he said that they had approved him. Y'all had approved him, apparently. I don't have the knowledge of going here and there. All I did was, because I went to the old city hall, I went to get permits for the roof. How can I say? The roof, and mainly to get my roof done and some windows. And I was given those permits myself. But that was a long time ago. So here in this new building, I just figured that everything was done right because he had experienced what he told me. This is what he told me. So going back and forth to the doctor, at one point he poured the driveway and he put the poles up for the carport, cemented in the driveway. So that is why when I came back from the therapist, and at that particular day, I came back I went to the doctor and the therapist at the same time. I was not aware of how the poles were supposed to look, and he put me 4 new ones, and then he put me 4 old ones, but they were still the steel beams, but they were already cemented. They were already cemented in the driveway, the driveway. So that is why. And then I just told him I wasn't going to help. I didn't want his help anymore. So it stayed like that for about 2 years. So my nephew said that he had some corrugated, sheets that if he wanted me, he could put it on top. Well, I thought the poles are there, why not? And thinking all along, because I didn't find out that I didn't have the permits until this came up. And that's really, and my nephew put that corrugated roof, and I told him slope it and be sure you put the beams, quite a bit of beams under there, because I was also afraid of the rainwater and everything, and the storm that we had had just about 2 years back. So that was my deal. So I don't know what else to.
Well, you're right there at your time anyway, so I think you said
Okay,
quite a
that's
bit.
fine. So that's it. That's really what my problem is, really. So I was just wanting, if I could just keep it that way. It's not encroaching into the neighbor's yard at all, as you can see.
Okay, and some of the board members may have questions for you in a bit.
Okay,
That'll
that'd be
help you a little
fine.
bit too. Is there anybody else here to speak? Well, sorry, we've allotted the time. So
No.
is there anybody here to speak in
No, just
opposition?
me.
Okay, we'll open it up for questions from the board then.
I have a question.
Okay?
And maybe staff has measured this as well, but, so we're looking for a side yard setback for those 2 poles that are nearest the fence. Can you tell me where they line up in terms of the garage that's already back there? Is the garage already encroaching into the side yard setback there?
It's even with the garage.
The poles are even with the garage?
Even, they may, yeah, they're even. If you can look on the, well, yeah, you can still see that they're even on the garage.
From this front picture that I can see, but, so we're looking at an existing setback that's been there since this house has been built in the 20s?
Yeah, 1922. Because understand, I still had a gravel driveway before this driveway was put in there.
I think that's my only question.
Okay, any others? Okay. I have one. How tall is the garage now? Is that actually 10 feet tall? I'm sorry, the carport?
I'm not sure.
Not 10 feet. Requested
On the
height.
structure.
It's requested height of 12 feet, right?
Must be 9 feet.
It doesn't look 12 feet. That's what I'm asking.
That's not 12 feet.
No.
Is that a request?
Variance? Okay.
8 feet 3 inches.
Were you requesting the height?
My bad. Yep.
It's 8 feet 3 inches.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and close the public hearing and we'll discuss this amongst ourselves. Thank you.
So the carport itself, we don't have to approve because it's behind the front build line?
Yes.
We're only looking at the setback of those 2 poles?
Yes.
Okay, I liked your confirmation that it's in line with an established setback in an established neighborhood, so I won't have a problem with this.
I won't have a problem with this one, the way it went down either.
Me neither. And I was looking at the next case. I'm sorry.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this carport and give her the permit for this, or give her the variance.
Second.
I don't know who that second came from.
Who made the second? Okay,
Garza.
Mr. Garza.
He's pointing this way. Okay, we'll go with Mr. Garza.
It was either me or who was, not sure. who the other-
Wilson.
It was me and Mr. Garza, but it's fine. It's fine.
Mr. Wilson won. He hasn't.
We look alike.
Yeah. Give it to Mr. Wilson.
Okay. We have a motion to approve the variance request as requested by the applicant for case BAR 26-027. Motion made by Board Member Kay Duffy, second by Board Member Jared Wilson. Roll call. Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
Yes.
Board Member Eric Arteaga.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jared Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you. Congratulations. Okay, next case, BAR 26032. Staff will present.
The next case is BAR-26-032, located at 6021 Park Drive. The property owners are Stephen and Jenna Cortez, and the applicant is Stephen Cortez. The property is zoned A-43, one family district. The applicant is requesting two variances related to the construction of a pergola pavilion. The first variance is to the one family A-43 district development standard, requiring a minimum 25-foot rear yard setback to allow a non-habitable accessory structure, a pergola pavilion, to encroach into the required rear yard setback along the southern property line. The required rear yard setback is 25 feet, and the requested setback is 16 feet. Variance B is to allow in a non-habitable accessory structure to exceed the maximum permitted height. The maximum allowed height is 10 feet, and the requested height is 15 feet 2 inches. The subject property is a single-family residential lot, approximately 1 acre in size, located within an established neighborhood. The lot is rectangular in shape, was platted without alley access, and has a slight slope. The property contains several trees and is not located within a floodplain. The primary residence is approximately 2,835 square feet and includes an attached two-car garage. The home was constructed in 2023. Staff notes the following lot history: PB 26-02880, residential accessory new permit for a pergola and pavilion, awaiting client response as of March 11th, 2026, which is pending the outcome of this case. The applicant is proposing construction of a 392 square foot pergola pavilion located toward the southern portion of the property. The structure measures approximately 28 feet by 14 feet with a height of 15 feet 2 inches. The applicant is requesting to locate the pergola pavilion 16 feet from the rear property line. This results in a reduction of 9 feet from the required 25-foot rear yard setback under the A-43 district standards. The applicant is requesting approval to construct a non-habitable accessory structure at a height of 15 feet 2 inches. The ordinance limits accessory structures to 10 feet in height, with a potential administrative increase to 12 feet if additional setback requirements are met. The proposed structure exceeds both the base limit and the allowable adjusted height threshold. The current lot coverage is approximately 7.73%, and if approved, the proposed pergola pavilion would increase lot coverage to approximately 8.63%, which remains below the maximum allowable lot coverage at 30%. These are the regulations that pertain to this case, and this concludes staff presentation. I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, we'll bring the applicant up. Please give us your name, your address, and you'll have 7 minutes.
Good afternoon, board and staff. My name is Stephen Cortez, homeowner for this property. Is it possible to get the presentation pulled up by chance? While that's getting pulled up, of note, I did have 3 neighbor signatures, 2 homeowners to the left of my property as well as the right, and as well as the property behind me directly, who I later found out was a rental occupant. Just kind of clear things up as far as from the drawn site plan looking at this plot. I would like to call out just kind of the dimensions right there from the back offset, requesting the 16 build line from the already established 25-foot build line. The main reason for that is we have 2 existing peach trees in front of that. If we were to build a pergola within that front section, it would be about a 1 foot or so offset from those peach trees, and looking for the growth of them, it would, the roots and everything, we would have to probably displace those if it's staying within the current 25-foot build line. And then beside that, moving it back to the requested 16-foot, just looking to give more offset for that. The actual placement of the pergola from the left and right sides of the property is based on just making sure that it's not visible from the street as you drive by the actual home in front. Roofline would block the actual backyard pergola from view of the front. So that's kind of talking through the placement of it in itself. And I'm open for any questions.
Okay, give us 1 second. Is anybody here else to speak in favor or opposition? And I don't see anybody, so we will open it up for questions from the board.
Yes, when was the house built?
2023, ma'am.
The trees at that time?
No, they were planted after, so the life of the trees right now about 4 years old. We bought them when they were a year old, planted them when we first moved into the property a few months after, and had those set in place. And then, from my understanding, when we purchased the pergola, I believe that was a 5-foot setback from the yard. Then realized when we went through the zoning process for permitting that it was required the 25-foot offset. So that was kind of the ignorance on my part from understanding our lot and where it sits. I thought it was only having to be 5 feet from that, as well as the height.
Anybody else? Any other questions? Okay, we will go ahead and close the public hearing and open it up for board discussion. Thank you. Anybody want to start? Or make a motion?
This is Johnston. You know, the the requirements in order to obtain an adjustment is that there is a hardship caused by the topography of the land or some other factor that is not caused or contributed to by the property owner. I'm having a, you know, I see the existing peach trees, but other than that, I don't see anything that could be considered a hardship caused by the configuration of the property and not contributed to by the homeowner. I mean, that in terms of the placement of the pagoda as well as the height of the pagoda, I'm not seeing where there's a hardship presented, and maybe that can be addressed.
Anybody else? Is that a question of the applicant?
Anybody can answer that. I mean, the applicant can answer if he chooses.
Do you feel there's a hardship here?
So the main component for it would be the height, just because whenever I purchased this pergola, it was a display for a Home Depot, so it was just kind of on sale. Looked into the basic information as far as the setback and everything that I would need to purchase it and build it on the property. And then once purchased that from Home Depot, started going through this process, realized the height was over for the actual scale of it. So the hardship from that would just be mainly having to pay to cut it in size. And then as far as the placement of it, it was just for really just seeing the trees kind of grow and things of that nature. Those were not mature existing trees. I acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, we're open for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garcia.
Would you be willing to modify the height and move the trees, replant them?
Say again.
Would you be willing to modify the height and move the pergola to where you're within right? The trees can be replanted.
Yes, obviously that's why I'm applying for this variance, just to get around moving the trees, just because I'm not a tree expert, so knowing to do that, I have to either pay someone to do it or run the risk of killing off those trees after they've been planted there for the past 3 years. And then as far as the height, I would have to talk to the actual company that would be installing it and building it, and I don't know if, because this is just already set, this was a display, I don't know about the financial cost to redesign that top portion. And of note, that top portion, it is open from the front and the back, and then from the bottom slope to the top peak, there is separation in between that as well.
Okay, thank you. Open for a motion or discussion, more discussion.
This is just me, but I think honestly, I mean, relocating those trees more than likely it's going to kill him if he tries to relocate them. So, I mean, I don't think that would be a good option.
I mean, I think the trees probably can be relocated. I've seen big oaks. Now, whether it's cost prohibitive is an issue on it. but also placement of, I think the pavilion could be potentially moved as well.
Yeah, so this is an acre lot. Why are you wanting to push this so far to the backside of the lot?
It's mainly really for the placement of trees and then existing trees that we have in front of it, and as well as just kind of a garden section in front of the trees towards the south portion, towards the house within the site plan. So that's kind of where we came about with the actual location placement of it. I am open to maybe moving it within that 16-foot requested or anything like that. Just mainly looking for a little offset from those existing trees so I don't run the risk of killing them.
What about moving the pergola to the inside of the trees, kind of more to the center of the yard, closer to that, closer to the house? You have plans for that part of
As far as in between the house and the trees?
Right.
So the main thing is really just the footprint of it within that section, and we also have trees in front of these as well as some garden beds as well in front of those trees. So that's just kind of the consideration of placement and where we chose to do it.
We might be able to help you with one of the two, but that's not me talking for everyone here. But if we see a modification, I'm willing to adjust the height, willing to move it. It can be moved. So
I'm with you on both those. The height, he bought it that size, it's going to be awkward to adjust the height, but he's got plenty of space to put that someplace.
I'm willing to make that compromise. That's exactly what I'm saying. So we can do at least one of them.
So are you saying?
Yes.
So,
We're in discussion.
oh,
Uh,
I have a question.
You have a question for the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
So is this structure already assembled?
No, it's not assembled. They deassembled it from the Home Depot, put it in the backyard, so it's in pieces, waiting on the decision from this. I guess I did have a follow-on question, if there's any room to have it instead of 16-foot, 20-foot back, just to give some clearance between the trees and that, if we're looking at different solutions for this.
Yeah, because that was my thought. If it's not assembled, then there is an opportunity to sort of lower the height of the structure or any other adaptations.
As far as the height goes, that's the build height in which the actual timber and everything is cut as far as the pieces to be assembled. So it wouldn't necessarily be so much if looking to maintain that roof section would be able to maintain that look without removing it.
So this is an acre lot similar to the garage we saw a couple hours ago. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I
No, go ahead. Finish your.
And I'm sure that garage we saw earlier was at least 15 feet tall, the yellow garage we were looking at. A lot of those buildings out there on those acre lots are.
Yeah, our
15
code
feet
is
tall.
different for habitable and not inhabitable. That's the difference. Which we can have a good discussion about what sense that makes, but that's why. But I'm hearing a willingness to go to a 20-foot setback, but because the structure is already purchased, that would be a hardship. And given the open construction of that, I don't have a problem with the height, but I would like to see it brought forward, and 20 feet would be fine by me.
Are you speaking to the required setbacks for the site is 25?
No, I see the required is 25.
Okay, but you would make the adjustment to 20?
And I got the sense that there was some ability to move somewhat forward towards those trees and still not jeopardize them, so, yeah.
I think I saw a site plan of the lot in the neighborhood. Is that something we can pull up? Like this property, I think right behind this property are cul-de-sacs.
Four houses, I believe.
I think I saw something that, no, that's not it.
It was on our presentation.
There, yeah, there we go. So the yellow box, the backyard would be, there's several at least look like residential houses right behind your backyard. Is that, am I looking at that correctly, or?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I can see from your property itself, 1, 2, 3, 4 properties directly looking into your backyard. And you said you talked to you talked to one person that was a tenant in one of those houses?
Yes, sir. I spoke to the direct, gosh, if you're looking at it from the backyard, yellow line, the second home from the left side of that bottom left corner. I spoke with them. I reached out to the others, wasn't able to contact with them. And then is directly behind those house on my fence line, we have some trees that are existing there. They're not anything like great oaks or anything like that, but there is actual visible coverage from our two properties.
So in fact, I mean, from a visual sight, I guess there's a possibility of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 properties that would be looking into your backyard, or being able to see at least the top of this pagoda. Am I correct in that?
I would say probably about 4 or 5, just depending on the angle as well as different tree coverage and everything of that nature.
Okay. Thank you.
So looking at this aerial, is it a fair assumption to say that all of the trees are pretty immature because they've been newly planted?
Yes.
Okay.
And of note, just from my side, whenever I purchased this, like I said, I thought it was a 5-foot setback. That's kind of where the idea of purchasing and placing it goes. And you can see from the satellite image just kind of a little bit of the shed placement as well from my backyard neighbors. That's where we haven't had a property this large, so assumed it would be in the same accordance with it.
He's willing to.
What is the green space behind you?
The green space behind me, can you, within the yellow box?
No. Looking at a map, I mean, do you have a golf course behind you? What is between you? and
Can
the
you
house
speak
and
into the microphone, please, Miss?
What is behind you, between you and the houses behind you?
That's my backyard. Within the yellow box.
Okay, we're going to close the public hearing again. And we opened it back up for you. So we'll close it back up and then we'll finish our discussion.
I think that the challenge here is that it's over height and it's not within the setback. So now you're from a visual encroaching on your neighbors, and I think there's probably some compromise to be had here. I think Mr. Garza had alluded to some of that, and Mr. Garza, I'd like to hear some of your further thoughts.
Okay. The height will can stay at that height, but the distance is going to come to 20 feet from 16 to 20 feet. And if I feel that this council can, that's okay. I'd like to make a motion.
I personally feel like the guy has a lot of land. He could move this pergola anywhere on that property. He's not constrained with the fact that he can't put this somewhere. He could.
25 feet then? That's within right.
Oh yeah, 25 feet. I would
25 feet?
expect that. The height, I think we could work with that, especially if you moved it further away from the fence. Then the height doesn't become as big of an issue with that large of a property. So I brought up the fact of moving it to the center of the property. Then the height really doesn't become an issue at all. But when you're closer to those houses, it does. So.
Yeah, again, on the height, I can deal with that. Part of it's because he owns it. And the other part is that it's very open in design. But that would be variance B. So we could
Vote on them
vote-
separately?
We could vote on these separately.
Well, yeah,
I know that pleases some of us.
I could, I'm all for voting separately. I'm more inclined to be lenient on the setback, but not on the height. So I'm crisscrossing some people. But that's my 2 cents.
This happens.
It's a large setback
Willing to compromise on, just, he's looking for guidance from us.
cheaper to move trees than eat the cost of the pergola.
But at this stage, with moving the trees, it's highly likely that they will die. They're at the stage, if this is a correct photo stage, yeah, of the growth, they're more prone, it's highly likely more prone for them to go backwards instead of forward.
I'm going to make a motion to vote on these separately. The distance has to be 25 feet, and the height, we'll see if we can make that happen for them. So that's the best we can do.
Second it.
So that would be a motion to deny the first variance and to grant variance B.
Well, I'd like to make a motion, for separately, and then
And to
Cars-
vote on them separately, right?
So what is the first?
So, legal,
to
did
approve
I
this?
hear you say make the motion to deny the first
Or do you wanna-
variance?
Not to deny the first one.
Okay, so you're making a motion to approve both variances.
I'm making a motion to approve,
Understood. Got it.
No.
How is it they're making a motion to approve both variants and there's not an agreement for the approval?
We know that, but we're probably not going to.
I understand that. So that the one that we know that is not gonna approve, why is it not being made, the motion made to be denied with or without prejudice? Because that's deception. If
Well,
we're gonna make a
motion-
motion, if we're gonna make a motion to approve something, all along.
Let's let him restate his motion to clarify it.
But let me finish my statement. If it's gonna be, a motion is going to be made to approve something, all along, we know it's not gonna pass. It should be made to be, we have the option of approve or denial. So we already know that one of these, out of A or B, is not gonna pass. So let's not make a motion to approve something that you already know it's not gonna pass.
There's reasons that we do that.
I know there is. That blocks the substitute motion if somebody wanna make a substitute motion. Because with the substitute motion, all you need is a supermajority to pass. That's the reason.
All right, we have a motion on the floor. And Commissioner Garza, if I understand right, it's a motion to approve A and B to be voted on separately?
As written.
Thank you. Did we get a second on that?
Yes.
Thank you.
Who's the second? Mr. Oh, A and B.
Deny B.
To approve both as written,
Separately.
separately. Okay, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-032 to approve as requested by the applicant. Motion made by Board Member Sergio Garza, second by Board Member Kay Duffy. The vote will be separate. Vote roll call for variance A. Board Member Deborah Freed.
Deny. So, no.
Okay. Board Member Sergio Garza.
No?
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
No.
Board Member Sandra King.
No.
Board Member Eric Arteaga.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
No.
That's a no from Board Member Kay Duffy. Board Member Jared Wilson,
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion to approve variance A fails. Roll call vote for variance B. Board Member Deborah Freed,
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza,
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston,
No.
Board Member James Hook,
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King,
No.
Board Member Eric Arteaga,
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell,
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy,
Yes.
Board Member Jared Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
The motion to approve variance B fails.
Sorry, but both requests failed. Okay, our next case, BAR 26035. Staff will give us the report.
The next case is BAR-26-035, located at 6214 Greenfield Road. The property owners are Jordan Cole and Hillary Ann Stringer, and the applicant is Cole Stringer. The property is zoned A-5, one family district. The applicant is requesting two variances related to the construction of a detached storage structure. Variance A is to the maximum allowable non-habitable accessory structure size for the lot. The maximum permitted non-habitable accessory structure is 400 square feet, and the applicant has requested non-habitable accessory structure of 500 square feet. Variance B is to allow a non-habitable accessory structure to exceed the maximum permitted height. Maximum allowed height is 10 feet, and the applicant has requested a height of 12 feet. The subject property is an approximately 17,163 square foot lot located in an established residential neighborhood. The lot is rectangular in shape, was platted without alley access, and has a gentle slope of approximately 1.2% from north to south. The property contains several mature trees and is not located within a floodplain. The primary structure is a single-family home constructed in 1976 and is approximately 2,097 square feet. The home includes an attached two-car garage. This is the lot history for the property. The applicant is proposing to construct a detached storage structure located in the northwest portion of the lot. The structure measures approximately 20 feet by 25 feet, resulting in a total area of 500 square feet, and has a proposed height of 12 feet. The applicant is requesting approval for a non-habitable accessory structure totaling 500 square feet. The ordinance allows a maximum of 400 square feet for lots within the size range, resulting in an excess of 100 square feet over the permitted maximum. The applicant is also requesting approval for a 12-foot tall storage structure. The ordinance limits accessory structures to 10 feet in height, with the potential to increase up to 12 feet only if additional setback requirements are met. Based on the submitted proposal, the height exceeds the base standard by 2 feet and remains subject to variance approval. The current lot coverage is approximately 11.46%. If approved, the proposed accessory structure would increase lot coverage to approximately 14.20%, which remains below the maximum allowable lot coverage of 50%. These are the regulations that pertain to this case, and this concludes staff presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Any questions?
Yeah, could you go right back to what are the guidelines? Forward, stop. So, my question here is that we are applying, it's zoned A5, but it's over 10,000 square feet. So do we apply the 10,000 square foot or the actual zoning, or are they the same?
We go by the square footage.
Interesting.
Let me confirm.
No, I was going to ask what the square footage would be for a lot that size. So you've answered that, But that just brought that other question to mind, because I always thought we went by what it was owned, not how big it was.
So for non-habitable accessory structures, there's a chart in the ordinance that distinguishes the amount of non-habitable area they can have based on their lot size.
I love learning every time I come. Thank you. Okay, so that is, the 400 square feet is for that size lot?
Yes.
Not for an A5 lot?
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Which makes sense.
Okay, any other questions for staff?
I have one other.
Okay, Deborah?
I'm good with questions. Answers, not so much. So do I also understand then the height, they could get more height if they did further setbacks?
Yes, but they're requesting, their setbacks do not meet the requested height of 12 feet.
Because of where they want to put it, or because they don't have the room to do it?
You would have to ask the applicant that about the placement.
And how does that work? That you get a foot for every, how many feet for setback? Do you know?
So the maximum height, excuse me, for an accessory, non-habitable accessory structure they can have is 12 feet high. But to get the 12 feet, because the standard is 10 feet, to get the 12 feet, you have to step back 2 feet for every, you get an additional 2 feet for every 1 feet step back
So it'd
from
have
the
to-
rear or side yard setback.
Rear and side would have to be 4 feet in. One,
So the rear and side yard setback required for the zoning district is 5 feet. So to step it back 2 additional feet, they would have been able to do the 12-foot high structure by right.
finish that last part once again. If that, instead of 5 feet, it would have to be how many feet in?
7 feet from
The
both
side
sides.
and the rear, the 2 feet.
Yes.
7 or 9?
Hold on 1 second. Let me double check.
It'd be 9.
Yes, setback additional 2 feet, so 9 feet from both sides.
Because it's 2 feet per foot.
Yes.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, let's go ahead and open up the public hearing. And applicant, if you'd like to come up, give us your name, address. You get 7 minutes.
First of all, thank y'all for putting all this together. My name is Kevin Simpson. Am I too loud? I am representing Mr. Stringer in this. He's filled out the form and everything. I'm not sure. I'm not on the docket, but I'm the contractor that's going to be working on this 6214 Greenfield Road. We, along with Ms. Reed, I'm learning today too, the 9-foot setback was never brought to our attention that was a possibility. So,
Emily, did we, to my understanding, we did explore the option of the setbacks with the applicant.
okay.
We always try to see how you guys can meet the ordinance without bringing the case forward to the Board of Adjustments. So to my understanding, we did discuss that with the applicant.
That is correct. We informed the applicant of that option, but they told us to move forward as is.
So Mr. Stringer did have to apply for this online. I was the one that came up here to put in for a permit, and we learned that we were not going to be able to do what we wanted without coming through this process. So as far as the hardship here, this property has got a very large pecan tree on the right-hand side. You can see it from the street. We're not able to put the building on that side. We'd be able to count it as a garage possibly at that point, but a garage is required to have a driveway. There, in the future, with budgetary restraints doing only one process at a time, we're getting rid of this small wooden shed that's back there at the moment. And we're going to be putting in a concrete slab building, pre-manufactured metal building back there. And in the future, they're wanting to look at having a driveway put in from opening up the back of the garage that's at the house and being able to travel back there and use this structure as a secondary garage. For now, they're just looking at having it as storage. And they have multiple businesses that they do, and they need they need more storage for that. That's why they're doing this larger building, and they want to be able to use their garage as a garage and not as a storage shed. But other than that, there's multiple houses in this neighborhood that have very large 1,200 square foot, 1,600 square foot shops that are there. So they were just trying to get, more. Then we came to realize that we're restrained by the lot size, that they're not able to get a bigger shed. We're just looking at getting that extra 5 feet on this building, raising it up to 500 square feet versus 400. And going up to 12 feet is something that we're wanting, so we could put a 10-foot door on the front of this building. You require 2 foot over the door size to get that in there. But that would be all.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else here to speak in favor or opposition? Okay, seeing none, we will open it up for discussion or for questions from the board. Steffi.
So our zoning ordinance requires a driveway paved, a driveway made of gravel to make it a garage?
Excuse me, the ordinance will allow compacted gravel, a dust-free surface.
And a garage could be how tall?
A garage can't be taller than a primary structure.
Can be what?
Cannot be taller than a primary structure.
So, but it could easily be 12 feet.
Yes.
But it can't be 500 square feet. How big can a garage be?
If the intent of the garage is to be used for storage of motor vehicles or lawnmower equipment, then the garage just can't exceed 1,200 square feet.
So if he made this building a garage now,
Sorry, ma'am. We can't, because we would have to move it to the right-hand side of the property, and there's a large pecan tree there. Otherwise, we can't have roadway access.
Hold on, let her finish her thought.
I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm wondering, is roadway access required to be a garage?
So the applicant applied for the non-habitable accessory structure, but to be considered a garage, it would need access to the road or from the existing driveway to be extended to the proposed structure. It would need some sort of access and cannot exceed the front yard driveway coverage as well, or there would be a separate variance request.
You said lawnmower. So lawnmower doesn't need access.
So to be considered as a garage, it has to have a driveway to be able to store motor vehicles in.
Aside from the material, what is the stipulation on width of that driveway?
The driveway, just between the home and the side yard setback, requires a minimum of 10 foot to get down the side. The maximum driveway coverage for an A5 property is 50%. So front yard, yes.
Okay, thank you.
The applicant had mentioned opening up the back side of that garage and creating a second door. Does that work? Does that create access to the back? Almost like a pergola?
Just give me 1 second. I'm not sure if this site has alley access or.
Does not.
It does not. So a rear door on the garage would.
He mentioned putting a rear door on the back side of that garage so that they could park cars in there eventually. Could that be considered an extended driveway, although you're going through a garage to get there?
If there's a driveway that goes to the garage with the intent of storing motor vehicles, it would be a garage.
The whole request for the variance is, we're looking to get the 500 square foot building back there. In the future, they're wanting to do some more renovations to the home and make that more accessible. But I talked to everybody upstairs for a good while, trying to figure out how we can get this accomplished. And it looks like just requesting the variances and getting it approved for what it is at the moment is our best situation. But it is much smaller than a lot of other versus garages and accessory buildings. Semantics, this neighborhood has a lot of 1,200 plus square foot shops in it, and they're tall. And that's what I do for a living is I build these metal buildings. And this one is, it's not very large. We're just hoping to get it put in that backyard and so these people can enjoy it, use it for what it is.
Okay, thanks. We'll go ahead and close the public portion of this and open it back up for discussion. Any other discussion? Or a motion? Yeah, no discussion, no motion?
I mean, I think everyone is, I think maybe at the same point I am of trying to understand reasonable accommodations to make this work. I haven't gotten there yet, so I wouldn't be able to make a motion.
Sir? What they're suggesting, they're trying to help you help yourself. If they're coming up, they've done this before. I know you've done, you know your business better than we do. But we know what we have to do to say yes. If they're saying you can blow a hole to the back of that garage just so you can nomenclature your building and qualify, then that's what they're trying to do here.
I understand. I'm sorry if I've come
No,
up
no, no.
with it. That's not what I'm.
It's a learning process for all of us. Sometimes we try to do right, and it doesn't take but 2 or 3 to, and we only have 10 people here, so it just takes 2 to shoot it down. And then you're stuck for 2 years. We don't want to do that. We want to convey, we want to communicate to you. We want to say yes, but help us.
As far as I understand, the homeowner at the moment isn't ready financially to proceed with doing that in the garage. I can speak with them. I'm not, and don't understand if the 2-year mark is that I'm not allowed to bring this back up here for 2 years. That's what you're saying. Now, if this was denied and we came back and we did blow the back wall out of that garage and we turned it into a secondary garage, we wouldn't need a variance at all. And I believe, I'm not sure. So it seems like we're running into troubles here. So I just wanted to.
Would you consider a continuance, maybe bring the homeowner back with you and maybe give it some more thought?
I can, absolutely. Yes, sir. I don't want to bother y'all with the bombardment of questions.
We don't want to have a ruling here that sticks with you, that where you can't proceed and do what you want to do. There could be some ways around this that could work in you guys' favor. But it may require you guys doing a little bit more legwork with the city to try to make that happen.
Right.
I would like to add one note is we have correspondence with the property owner who wished to continue with the 2 variances as requested. If the representative have expressed that the property owner is not ready financially to continue with that process, if he does continue and the board decides to approve the request as requested now, that's what the applicant wants. If the board decides and he comes back and wants to do the garage, the board decision does expire within 180 days. There is a one-time extension for an additional 180 days, but just to consider that a permit has to be issued within that time frame.
Is there an option of denial without prejudice in this case?
I think that it's up to you guys. The continuance may be reasonable to allow him to come back, but just also know that he's expressed that the financials are not they're not requesting it as a garage right now. So sticking to what the request is and what's before us today.
Do we
Yeah.
have another case? Do we have another case after this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Do maybe he make a phone call and talk to the owners, see what they want, and
You want to do that?
I can do that. I just,
I mean, to be a garage, he wants a 500 square foot, 12-foot tall building. And I think you're even talking about a little roll-up door on it.
correct, this is not a very large structure.
So what would he have to blow out the back of the garage right now? Would he have to put the gravel in today? What would he have to add to what he's already thinking he's doing so we could call it a garage?
So he's explained that there's not another option for another driveway. So him altering the primary structure would have to be considered on the building permitting plans.
Would have
To
to blow out
show
the back
drive.
to make the driveway straight through.
Whatever they decide they want to do, it just has to be shown on the building permits to be considered as a garage. There needs to be a driveway to access it.
We're only requesting 5 more foot a shop than what's allowed without the variance. We're only about 50 feet bigger than the lady who just had the carport done and got an approval through that. We're not asking for a lot at all. I mean, I would understand a lot of hesitation if we were looking for a 1,200 square foot shop, which is also in this neighborhood, but we're just looking for a little bit bigger than what the zoning is calling for. I can call him right now.
Yeah, why don't you do that? Take a minute, go call him. I mean, we're not saying no, but you don't know how the vote's going to go.
Absolutely, I understand. Yep, yeah. 1, 2 no's and we're done. I don't want to get.
when you came in and there was nothing but silence, it's not a good sign.
I completely understand. Yeah, I was feeling optimistic before I stood up.
And one other thing that staff has to consider is if there is already a garage, can they have another garage?
correct. I
They'll
was gonna say that the property does have a garage, so the property owner will need to come back for a variance since the property is less than 1/2 acre.
So that's what we haven't gone through everything on the garage side of things because this was the path we were going to take. I can call him and ask him.
Still
if he
go
wants
ahead
to
and get
continue and come
a
back
little
up.
guidance from the guy that filed the application that's got the money at stake.
Yes, sir.
And
So
then,
we need to make a motion to table this
let's
so
make
he
a
can
motion.
go.
Let's make a motion to table this until the end of the hearing. And are there any objections to tabling this?
That's good.
seeing none,
Yeah,
this case has been tabled to the end of the agenda.
Thank you, sir. Okay, so BAR 2630, you're here, sir, right? Okay, come on up. We'll go ahead and have you next, and then we'll postpone 2633 till the end. Yes, that we're going to post. There's a legal error on that one. 33?
So, just making a note, case BAR-26-033 has an additional variance to be requested that was not legal notice, so this case will be on the agenda for next month. The applicant is still working through some site design, so we will administratively continue this case to next month.
Okay, staff, please.
The next case is BAR-26-024, located at 5120 Crestline Road. The property owner is the DSC Living Trust with David and Suzanne Edcott as settlers. The applicant is Huel Homes LLC, represented by Brent Hull, and the property is zoned A-5, one family district. The applicant is requesting multiple special exceptions and variances related to fencing along the front and side yard areas of the property.
Staff, please, we need to take a break. We need to wait for Mr. Ortega. 5-minute break, please. All right. Yeah, we need a 5-minute break, please. Thank you. Okay, we're back. Staff, please present BAR 26030.
I gave it.
They all be gas stations.
This one's got 5.
Just do that next time we get one. Yeah, this way you'll see sitting in your car at night.
Here it is.
The applicant is requesting multiple special exceptions and
Emily, can you start over? I'm sorry.
okay. The next case is BAR-26-024 located at 5120 Crestline Road. The property owner is the DSE Living Trust with David and Suzanne Edcott as settlers. The applicant is Whole Homes LLC represented by Brent Hull. The property is zoned A-5 one family district. The applicant is requesting multiple special exceptions and variances related to fencing along the front and side yard setbacks of the property. Special exception A is to allow an open fence up to 5 feet in height within the required front yard along the southern property line. Variance B is to allow an open design fence exceeding the maximum 5-foot height allowance. Maximum height is 5 feet, the requested height is 7 feet. Special exception C is to allow a solid fence up to 4 feet in height within the required front yard along the western property line. Variance D is to allow a solid masonry fence exceeding the 4-foot maximum allowed under special exception provisions. The maximum allowed is 4 feet and the requested height is 7 feet 2 inches. Variance E is to allow a fence columns exceeding the maximum permitted height. The maximum allowed column height is 5 feet 6 inches and the requested column height is 8 feet. The subject property is a 13,407 square foot vacant interior lot located along Crestline Road in an established residential neighborhood. The lot was platted in 1950 without alley access. The site slopes approximately 4.6% from the front, the southeast corner along Crestline Road towards the rear of the property. The property contains several mature trees and is not located within a regulated floodplain, and a 10-foot utility easement exists along the northern rear boundary. Staff notes the following lot history. The applicant is requesting a special exception to install a 5-foot open design fence along Crestline Road using wrought iron materials consistent with ordinance standards. The fence will be located on the front property boundary along Crestline Road. The proposed fence is designed to match an existing open design fence with brick columns at the neighboring property located at 5100 Crestline Road. An approval of the special exception would allow for an open design fence up to 5 feet in height only, unless additional variances B and C described below are also approved. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow up to a 7-foot open design fence consisting of wrought iron, which would be allowed by special exception up to a maximum of 5 feet in the required front yard. Whereas the zoning ordinance section 5.305B2C does allow for an open design fence up to 5 feet in height, and as noted previously, the proposed 7-foot open design fence would require a variance for the additional height not allowed by the special exception. The applicant is requesting a special exception to allow a solid masonry fence within a projected front yard where only a 4-foot fence, which is at least 50% open, is allowed without obtaining the requested special exception. The zoning ordinance specifies that the Board of Adjustment may grant a special exception to allow a solid fence or wall up to 4 feet in height in the front yard, platted front yard, or projected front yard in accordance with the requirements set forth for special exceptions. The fence will be located on the interior southwestern property boundary. The proposed fence is designed to match an existing fence with brick columns at the neighboring property located at 5100 Crestline Road. An approval of the special exception would allow for a solid fence up to 4 feet in height only, unless additional variants E and F described later will also be approved. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a 7-foot 2-inch solid masonry fence, which would be allowed by special exception up to a maximum of 4 feet within the required front yard, whereas the zoning ordinance section 5.305B2B does allow for a solid fence up to 4 feet in height as noted above. The zoning ordinance section 5.305B2C goes on to say that a taller fence could also allow up to 5 feet open design fencing consisting of wrought iron, tubular steel, picket, or similar type material designed for fencing, excluding chain link, that does not obscure visibility and is not greater than 50% in density. As a special exception by the Board of Adjustment, because the applicant is requesting a solid fence that exceeds the height allowed by special exception and does not meet the specifications for a maximum 5-foot open design fence as noted in zoning ordinance. The applicant is requesting a variance for a solid masonry fence that is 7 feet 2 inches in height. The applicant is also requesting a variance to the maximum column height of 5 feet 6 inches to allow fence columns, which is brick, up to 8 feet in height within the projected front yard along the interior southwestern property boundary and on the front property line along Crestline. The zoning ordinance section 5.305B2B specifies that the fence designs may include columns to a maximum height of 5 feet 6 inches. The applicant is requesting to allow a fence design that excludes columns up to 8 feet in height, which exceeds the maximum allowed by 2 feet 6 inches. These are the regulations that pertain to this case. And this concludes staff presentation, and I'm available to answer any questions the board may have.
Okay, I'm sure you'll have a few. Anybody have any questions?
So we have learned that, as I understand it, that this would actually just sort of continue a fence that is already on one adjoining property. Is that correct? Continue the design of a fence?
That is correct.
So what about the property on the other side? What do we know about that?
This was Scott Bellin's case. He was on the conducted the site visits, so I'm not sure on that aspect.
Emily,
Ask the applicant.
can you back up? Can you back up one slide? Or one more?
That it goes to the next case.
Oh.
Go forward.
I guess I'm looking in this one right here. So the existing fence, my understanding, the existing fence is the one on the right, the bigger house. And the house on the left is the gentleman who showed up in late correspondence who's in favor of the fence.
Okay, because this looks different than the actual photograph, and I'm wondering if this is new development as well.
The one on the left?
The one on the left, yeah.
The one on the left, the address is actually on Bryce Street, or on Merrick Street, right?
Are you talking about the aerial
I'm talking about what we're looking at right now.
compared to?
Well, I'm asking, what do we know about that house on the left?
So I believe the address of that one on the left is 2001 Merrick Street, which is...
Yes, that is correct.
And that's the letter of support that we...
That's the letter of support we got last night.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and hear from the applicant. If you'd like to come up, give us your name, address, and you have 7 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Silva. I'm a designer with Whole Homes, headquartered here in Fort Worth, and I am here to represent our clients, owners of the property in question, 5120 Crestline. The variances we seek would allow us to construct fences, as Emily suggested or mentioned, would exceed the allowable heights. So if we can go back to the next slide, please. The next one. Next one. Okay, if we can hold it here. So along the south, at the front of the property, the edge highlighted in green, the variances we seek would allow us to construct a fence on an existing historical footer that is actually a historical continuation of the fence to the property to the right, so the larger property. And the fence that we are proposing would basically be a continuation of that fence to maintain the design and aesthetic of the historical property that is actually designated as a Texas historical landmark. The fence that we're proposing on that southern property line would consist of 7-foot tall open iron fence panels in between 8-foot tall brick columns. As far as the property on the left, the property at 2001 Merrick Street, that property, due to unusual conditions with this part of the district, the backyard of that property actually abuts the front part of the subject property. So the backyard of that property is actually looking directly into the front yard of the property in question. And the brick screen wall that we're actually seeking for permission here would address privacy concerns with the existing children's playground on that front south corner of the neighboring property. And that fence would be a solid brick wall that would consist of 7-foot tall brick screen panels in between 8-foot tall brick columns. And these would closely match the height of the fence that we're proposing for the front property line highlighted in green on this page. And this has been closely coordinated with the homeowners at 2001 Merrick Street, and they support our proposal for the fence along their property. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else to add? Okay. Let's see if there's anybody else here to speak against it. I will assume there's not. We have questions from the board.
We have received 2 letters of support for this property.
So my question is on that existing neighboring house to the left. And I know the street name, I don't know if we're looking at the south part of their lot, if that's actually still called Crestline or if that's Bryce Street. I got very confused when I tried to look at it online.
The address of their property to the right is 510.
To the left.
To the left.
The one that's on Merrick Street, the side of that house is either on Crestline or Bryce Road. And I'm wondering, is that a fence? What fencing is facing Bryce/Crestline?
Yes, that's correct. That is a solid brick fence. I did measure that fence, and the panels themselves are 5 feet tall, and the columns are 5'6" tall, and that is a solid brick fence.
We're just talking about that line at the bottom, not the one that divides the 2 left-hand properties.
So, yes.
That would be a continuous brick, solid brick fence all the way to Merrick Street?
So that is existing, actually.
That's what I'm asking.
Yes,
Is if,
correct.
do you have solid brick fence on one side and the other side, and you're connecting them?
So the one along the front facing Crestline for the
That's all
neighboring
I'm
property.
talking about, the one facing Crestline.
Yes, that is a solid brick screen wall or fence. And then to the one on the right, that fence is actually a mix with brick columns and iron fencing.
And you're on that side, you're talking about matching the brick and iron.
Correct.
And you're talking about solid brick between the 2 houses where they are very, very close together.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you for clarifying my confusion.
Of course, I apologize for that.
No.
What is the material now? between the two properties?
So currently there is a fence. It's approximately 7 feet tall. It's a dilapidated old wood fence that existed there with the previous property or previous house that was demolished recently due to a fire.
I'm guessing the previous house was much smaller and facing Crestline? Just a guess.
It was smaller, and yes, it was facing Crestline. Yes.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll open it up for discussion. Thank you. We'll call you back up if we need you.
For me, this is, I know that in that part of town, there's some need for security. And because it connects and follows what's currently in place, I have no problem with it.
Yeah, I lived a stone's throw from there for a couple years, and I think almost all the properties along Crestline have that same architecture of a fence across the front yard. And
Not the part I lived on.
not the, okay.
It's not all like that.
So to me, it would make sense to keep with the aesthetic of the other homes, and knowing that, you know, the home that does face Merrick, I drove by that daily. They do have kids. They have a playground, so understanding the need and want for privacy. So I can see why this makes sense.
Anybody else, or to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve BAR 26024.
Mr. Johnson, do you want it into 4 different motions?
030?
Is this 030 that we're on?
Yes.
Yes.
Well,
Oh, wait, what? Yeah, so they're
024.
024, but it says 030 at the top.
Yeah, we're on 030. I think it was just misstated.
Okay, let me restate that then. I'd like to make a motion to approve BAR 26030 as written.
Second.
And it appears that this is one package, that they all have to go together. So as a result, I don't have any objection to having them voted as one, all the sections.
Perfect.
We have a motion to approve case BAR-26-030. Motion made by Board Member Jared Wilson, second by Board Member 1 Manuel Acosta, as requested by the applicant. We will vote on them all together. Variances, special exception A, variance B, special exception C, variance D, and variance E. Board Member Deborah Freed?
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza?
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston?
Yes.
Board Member James Hook?
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King?
Yes.
Board Member Eric Arteaga?
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell?
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy?
Yes.
Board Member Jared Wilson?
Yes.
Board Member 1 Manuel Acosta?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, sir. All right, have a great day. Next, actually, we'll bring our case that we postponed, BAR 26035 back up. You'd like to come back up and tell us what you found?
Mr. Stringer said he'd like to just go ahead and have a vote. So we've put forth what we're requesting. I don't believe that there's any new information, and if we're not allowed to do a secondary garage on the property, either we'll have it approved or we'll have to pivot. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Which number are we?
It's 035. Would you guys like to open it back up for discussion before making a motion?
Make a motion.
Okay.
Motion BAR-26-035 as written.
To approve.
To approve.
Without denial.
Any,
And I would request that they be voted on separately, please.
I'd like to modify my motion to BAR-26-035 as written and voted separately, please.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Board Member Manuel, Juan Manuel Costa. Okay, we have a motion to approve case BAR-26-035 to approve as requested by the applicant, voting on separately. We'll do the roll call vote for variance A. Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
Yes.
Board Member James Hook.
Yes.
Board Member Sandra King.
yes.
Board Member Eric Arteaga.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
Yes.
Board Member Jared Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
That's a yes.
Yes.
Okay. Variance A passes. Roll call vote for variance B. Board Member Deborah Freed.
Yes.
Board Member Sergio Garza.
Yes.
Board Member Michael Johnston.
No.
Board Member James Hook.
No.
Board Member Sandra King.
No.
Board Member Eric Arteaga.
Yes.
Board Member Lucretia Powell.
Yes.
Board Member Kay Duffy.
What's it, 12 feet?
You want us to circle back?
No, well, I'll go with the no vote.
Board Member Jared Wilson.
No.
Board Member Juan Manuel Acosta.
Yes.
Variance B, the motion to approve variance B fails.
Thank you, sir. Variance A passed, variance B failed. Thank you. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you, guys.
Why you voting no?